survive. Well, thanks for watching, guys. That's my little video. I just want to say thank you to all those who have donated to me. On the first of each month, I send out a cool little letter to your address that you give me, and that cool little letter has some custom artwork in it. This month, it'll be a letter about Snake Island from Brazil, the second most dangerous island in the world after England. The snakes on Snake Island, if they bite you, your blood basically congeals into jelly, and you bleed out your eyes and your nostrils, you bleed to death. There's no anti-venom. You basically just die. And there's one snake per square foot on this island. People that go to the island die. It's a banned island. I went there a few years back and made a YouTube video about it. I was the first big YouTuber to ever go there, and I went in a suit of medieval armor. But one thing I did, guys, I kept these secret to this day. I basically took a bunch of Polaroids on the boat when I was getting smuggled to the island. Hundreds and hundreds of Polaroids. And they're very cool. And what I've done is, in this week's shipment, in this month's shipment, I'm sending this cool artwork in this very cool letter with this signed Polaroid on the back. So you get a piece of the adventure from a faraway land. Isn't that cool, guys? At a bigger island, you get a snapshot of time. No one else can get it. It's illegal. Very cool. And also, if you donate to me each month, link in the description, you get access to exclusive group chats and your name scrolling around here. So I just want to say, personally, thank you so much for all these autistic people supporting me. Every single one, great person, and I do appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. And I want to say thank you so much to every single one of you. And thanks for watching the video. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
So let me ask you a question. Could the entire universe just kind of end sometimes in the future? So one moment you're walking your dog or possibly petting your cat and everything seems to follow the laws of physics, and the next, without anyone realizing, everything from the atoms inside your cat or your dog to all of the stars in the night sky, everything simply ceases to exist, at least as we know it. And though this might sound like some kind of a science fiction or something that may never happen, modern cosmology tells us a slightly different story. As a matter of fact, it tells us that there is a non-zero chance that our universe is actually sitting in an unstable state or quasi-stable state that is not quite finished yet. And one day it might transform again, reaching the permanent final state, which is when basically everything as we know it.
When I first started binge watching strange and unexplained story content during the 2 weeks below the spread of COVID, there were two storytellers whose content I became completely engrossed in. Bedtime stories, and this other guy, Mr. Ballin. The stories I heard on both of their channels, particularly the military ones, made me wonder how many stories like this might really be out there. I was not disappointed. And here we are, a few years later. For fans of the strange, dark, and mysterious, and for all my fellow abusers of the like button, by this point, Mr. Ballin, aka John B. Allen, needs no introduction. John is hands down, in my opinion, and many others, one of the best storytellers out there, maybe too good, because after listening to his stories on long road trips, my wife now refuses to let me take our kids out in the woods overnight. Now, many of you are aware that John is a Navy SEAL, now medically retired from service due to, well, what you would expect from special operations. Being run into the ground for years and getting hit by grenades isn't great for your long-term health. But far from his own conventional brand of military stories, he's also seen some things that can only be described as paranormal. John has already told this story on his own channel, so I did think it was best to ask if I could reproduce it here in the style of wartime stories. I'm very happy he said yes, because John's story is one that has stuck with me ever since I first heard it. You don't need to meet him in the flesh to pick up on this, and he probably doesn't want me to say this because he's just that kind of guy, but John is probably one of the nicest, most down-to-earth, humble, and blatantly honest people I've ever had the good pleasure of meeting. And while I often hold a reserved view of my own and many other strange experiences I've heard about, John's story is, well, his is a story that I can only put in the basket labeled 100% supernatural. John was in his late teens before he enlisted in the Navy. He accompanied a few good friends to a cabin located in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. Every good story starts like that. Cabin. What was supposed to be a fun few days of snowboarding quickly became one of his most unsettling experiences. As recalled by Mr. Mullen himself, this is the true story, his encounter with the strange, dark, and mysterious. I'm Luke Lamana, and this is Wartime Stories. When I started Wartime Stories, most of my focus was first on research and just telling stories. I did not have time to suddenly figure out how to run everything else the channel needed. I put all this time into writing, recording, editing, and then suddenly you're trying to figure out how to build a website, sell merch, manage orders, and whether any of it is even work. That's why Shopify has been such a huge help for me. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world. That's all e-commerce in the US for brands like Wartime Stories, companies just getting started. It gives you ready-to-use templates so you can build a clean online store that matches your brand. It has built-in AI tools for product descriptions, headlines, and product photos. And it handles all the important stuff. And if you're subscribed to Spotify Premium, you don't get any Spotify ads on our show. All right, let's get back to it.
Yeah, Mom, coming.
Back up here. You gonna stop being a wimp and hit the Widowmaker with us this year? What's the matter? Car sick or something? What's up?
Weird getting back up here.
Oh yeah. Shredder, you need some
Feels different.
beer.
You think this is like too soon? You know, since his dad.
I mean, it was Nick's idea. Maybe he needs this, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, losers, hurry up and bring your bags in. Keep the boards in the car. We still got daylight.
You want to hit the slopes now?
That's the plan.
Hurry up.
Okay. When I was around 16 years old, I was an avid snowboarder. I picked it up around 8, 12. Always used to hit the slopes with two of my very good
Which
friends,
weapon you
Wolf
like the best?
and Nick.
Sword, mace,
Every winter,
axe, or
Nick would
dagger?
invite Wolf and I to join him at their family cabin in the White Mountains of New Hampshire for a weekend of snowboarding. It was a blast, and each time the three of us went up, we were joined by Nick's mom and dad. However, the winter I turned 16, tragedy struck when Nick's dad unexpectedly passed away. His death hit all of us pretty hard, and when the time came to plan our annual trip to the mountains, I remember speaking to Wolf and being like, I don't even know if it's appropriate to ask about this trip. Nick was incredibly close with his dad, and every time we went up to the mountains, he was always with us. Like, how could we possibly go on this trip without him being there? You know?
There's practice.
But one day Nick called us up and was like, hey, so are we
I
still
got a
going to
flat
a
in the
snowboarding
lift
trip to the
area.
cabin in New Hampshire? Wolf and I talked about it and decided, yeah, let's go with it. Maybe they wanted to do something on memory of their dad. Must be. At this point, Nick's father was months ago. So as we drove up to New Hampshire, the vibe was noticeably different. We always drove up together in the same car, so having this empty space that was supposed to be filled by Nick's dad was really hard to ignore. Anyhow, we press on and make the trip up to New Hampshire, with plans to be there for 3 days. This next part is going to be a lot of explaining about So Nick's cabin was very small and built on the side of a mountain. If you think about the way a mountain works, it's a slope. So in order to have a house level on a mountain, a portion of it needs to be built, a portion that's hanging off the mountain. And then the other part of the house is kind of embedded in the mountain itself. When you drive up to the house, there's a wraparound porch that goes around it. The majority of it is on the stilted section of the house. So if you're on the wraparound porch, your footsteps are going to echo. When you go to open the front door, you'd find that it swings open inwardly. There were sleigh bells on the inside of the door, so anytime it swung open, you could clearly hear those sleigh bells ringing. So when you step into the house, your right foot would be in the kitchen, you'd be standing on linoleum, and your left foot would be on shag carpet, which is like the dining room. That's the way the house is laid out. As soon as you walk in, kitchen on your right, dining room on your left. If you keep going left, you're going to enter this living room. And if you turn around in the living room and look up, you'd see a lofted second floor. If you were going into that living space but stopped about halfway through and looked to your right, there'd be this one lone hallway. So this hallway is basically going into the mountain itself. You think about the layout of the house, you have a portion of it that's sitting in the mountain and a portion of the house that's on stilts. Well, this hallway leads into the section of the house that's in the mountain. If you go down this hallway and it turns left, it brings you to one room. That room is where me, Nick, and Wolf would stay every time we went snowboarding at this mountain. It's what we in the military would call a corner fed room. You open the door and immediately to your right is a bunk bed. I would always sleep bottom bunk and Wolf would sleep top bunk with our feet facing the door. In the center of the room, for the remaining space, there was a queen-size bed. And basically, in all of the free space that was left over in the room, it was sitting right in the middle of the room, and that's where Nick would sleep. So basically, the room was completely packed with 3 places to sleep and really not much else. There was a very small space between the queen bed and bunk bed, so you could walk between those two, but that was about it. So that layout is very important, and soon you'll see why. We load in, hit the slopes with what little daylight was left, and come back to the cabin. Nick, Wolf, and I decided that we were going to crash super early so we could get up at the crack of dawn to have a full day on the mountain. But the excitement of the trip got to us, so we stayed up gaming for a bit. Then maybe around 11 or 12 o'clock at night, Nick, who again is in a queen-size bed, Wolf, who is in the bunk, would fall asleep. I, on the other hand, was still wide awake. What always struck me about being in this room was that when you turn off all the electronics and you just lay in bed, it is pitch black. No windows, segment of house that's in the mountain. It's totally dark. On top of all this, there weren't really any neighbors nearby because Nick's family had purchased this house when it used to be part of an active ski resort. But it wasn't anymore. Most people that were living there had left or sold their property, but a few people had decided to stay. Nick's family was one of them. So it was really just us in this cabin on an abandoned ski resort. There were really no streetlights. There were virtually no neighbors. It's so dark and so quiet. I mean, basically no white noise. Just silence and darkness.
Yeah. Fall asleep now. They'll get 2 hours.
One last detail that needs to be brought up before we get into actually what happens is that Nick had 2 older brothers. They were in their 30s, and we were 16 years old. We were expecting one of them, and we didn't know which, to swing by the house and say, "This." That's what Nick's mom had said. Nick had kind of reiterated it, and I think that Wolf and I understood that, now that Nick's father was gone, that they were just trying to kind of find a way to fill the void that was left from his father passing. So we were expecting over the course of that weekend for one of the two brothers to come to this house and stay with us for the weekend. I'd never met either of Nick's brothers, but I knew they existed. So somewhere in the back of my mind, I know that one of them is probably going to show up at some point tonight or tomorrow. Bringing this all up again is giving me goosebumps. That night, as I'm laying in bed, thinking about how dark and quiet it is, the only light in the room was coming from the red display of the little red digital clock. It didn't emit much light, but in pure darkness like that, it was shining like a beacon. I just could not fall asleep. I remember I got to a place where I started counting how many hours of sleep I might get if I fell asleep right then and there, which is never a good sign. You're not close to sleeping if you're like, okay, if I fell asleep now, I'd get 3 hours and 22 minutes of sleep, right? I think it was around 3 a.m. when I looked at the clock thinking, wow, it's gotten so late and I'm still awake. And that's when I heard footsteps on the wraparound porch. So you're probably thinking, how did you not raise a red flag immediately? Let me tell you, in real time, in real life, your brain goes to great lengths to convince you that everything is okay. It really takes an enormous amount of anomalies to stack up for your brain to say something's wrong. So that's what happened this first night. I hear footsteps on the wraparound porch, and I immediately assume, even though it's like 3 a.m, that it's got to be one of Nick's brothers arriving to be part of this weekend getaway. So I really actually didn't think anything of it. I actually just thought, well, if he happens to come in here to check on us, I'll just pretend to be asleep to avoid any awkward conversation with a guy I don't know. That's all I'm thinking about at this moment. Not worried, not scared, not anything. I listen to the footsteps on the wraparound porch, and then the front door opens. I can hear the sleigh bells that are on the door chime as it's open. Again, no part of me is concerned about this. I am thinking it's a little bit weird that they're arriving at 3 a.m, but we knew that his brothers had these weird work schedules, so they might show up in the middle of the night. So it was just whatever. Sleigh bells ring, and then I hear what sounds like a pot, like a kitchen pot, fall and hit the linoleum floor in the kitchen. This was the first thing that really stood out to me as being odd. Not only that, but whoever just came into the house didn't bother shutting the door behind them. I figured, maybe they're bringing their stuff in and left the door open to make things easier. This is just thinking about this is just really making me uncomfortable. So I hear footsteps on the wraparound porch. The door opens. I can hear the sleigh bells. The pot falls and hits the linoleum floor. Then these footsteps continued into the house, where you're on a concrete slab and there should be no sound. Like I shouldn't be hearing echoing footsteps. It sounded like they were on the wraparound porch still, but the noise was getting closer and closer to me. So I hear these footsteps. The door hasn't shut. The front door is wide open. We're in the middle of winter here. We're in the middle of nowhere. And I'm thinking about that, but I'm still thinking it's got to be one of Nick's brothers. It has to be one of Nick's brothers. Footsteps continue through the house, and they stop about halfway through the living room. Then they turn right and began to walk down the hallway towards our room. We was stopped right outside our closed bedroom door. So I'm laying there, my feet facing the door, and in the pitch darkness, I'm just thinking, why didn't they shut the front door? Of all the weird things that were happening, the thing that really just made the hair on the back of my neck stand up was, why didn't they shut the front door? As I was thinking this, that fear rising within me, the bedroom door started to open. From my position on the bottom bunk, there's a space that I can see clear as day. Whoever walks in the room, I'm going to see them when they walk past the foot of the bed. But because of the top bunk, my view is actually a bit obscured, and I wouldn't be able to make out someone's face. I could really only see their middle section. So the door opens, and this shadow figure walks into the room. Even in pitch darkness, this thing was blacker than black. This thing walks into the room, and its upper body is blocked by the top bunk, so I wouldn't have been able to see its head or face, but Its hips are so high that I can't even really see them. Those are at the level that I would expect someone's upper body or head to be at, meaning that this figure that's walked in is really tall. Like, we're talking maybe 10 feet tall. Instantly frozen with terror. Totally. Even if this wasn't, this is broken. Even if that's just someone who ended up out, this is a really, really bad situation. But what I'm looking at doesn't make sense. An unnaturally tall person. As I'm watching it, this thing makes a military-style facing movement and begins to walk down the aisle between the queen-size bed in the middle of the room and the bunk bed where I am. It's walking down right next to me. I'm literally sitting there, unable to move, like I can't do anything. I am truly frozen with terror, and all I remember thinking is, whatever happens, just don't bend down and look at me. That will ruin my life. If this thing so much as just looks at me, that's it. I'm done. So it walks down the aisle, and it does another quick movement, but now it's facing away from me and facing towards Nick in the center of the room. There, I watch as it leans over Nick as if it were bowing. Disappears. In the movies, this would be the point. Like, there's no such thing as ghosts. There's no such thing as people disappearing from the ground. I'm expecting this thing to just get back up again. Comprehend that this thing could just disappear into the bed. That's not possible. Where is it? Clearly I heard the bell. I heard the footsteps. I saw the door open. I saw the thing walking. I watched it walk down the aisle. I watched it bend over. It's in the room. I laid there. Expected the thing to come back up. Just look at me. This was my biggest fear. Whatever this thing was, I did not want it. Laying there, frozen, I felt like I could only move my eyes.
John?
Morning.
Everything okay?
Just didn't really sleep.
Mm.
Hey, did either of your two sons stop by at any point last night?
No. I heard my husband here last night too.
What?
Finally, 5 or 6 in the morning, I've been making coffee. For the first time in hours, I actually felt safe enough to pull myself out of bed and leave the room. Now, you have to understand that even though this was a horrible situation that I still can't really explain, I know that she has just lost her husband. So the idea of approaching this subject, which is effectively going to turn into ghosts, right? Like, am I seriously going to go out there and start talking about ghosts? The woman who just lost her husband, it just felt really inappropriate. And so I was really struggling with how I wanted to communicate what had happened. So, table and she poured me a cup of coffee. Now, she'd known me for a while. She definitely picked up on something. She was kind of sizing me up a little bit to see what was bothering me. The only thing I could think to do was just ask, hey, did either of your two sons stop by? He looked at me, and it was like, no. Sitting there like, must have had a reaction that was obvious to her. And he said something that I'll never. He said, I heard my husband here last night, too. Hearing that made everything so much worse. On the one hand, you have a situation where she is confirming something that part of me is that dream. On the other hand, he's now saying this thing I saw is her husband. So I immediately figured out what I'm stressed about and read. He's created a story where the house, I really believe that she didn't hear anything, that she had just somehow understood the feeling. She turned it to husband's interest. Couldn't ask him more questions. Also thought, like, I really was just dumbfounded. This is night one. There are 2 more nights of this, and it gets worse. Nick and Wolf eventually come out of the bedroom and enter the dining room. The same way I felt reserved about talking to Nick's mom about what happened, I had the same feelings about Nick because it was his father. And I just felt like it would be inappropriate. But Wolf, he's not a member of the family, and he's my buddy. So I pulled him aside, and I kind of told him what was going on as best I could. I was like, I could have sworn I heard someone in the house last night. He's like, yeah, you probably did. That's what this is. And I was like, no, I wasn't dreaming. But I can't make sense of it. At this point, Nick actually overheard the conversation, and I very much kind of cut ties with what I was talking about. I was like, yeah, I just thought I heard something last night. It's just me freaking myself out. Around this time, I looked at both of them and asked if they could do me a favor. I said, when we get back from snowboarding tonight, can we make sure that I fall asleep before you guys? They just gave me this look and were like, all right, weirdo, whatever. My big plan was to just go to bed really, really early because I didn't sleep the night before. So I'm thinking, I'll just fall asleep right away. So we snowboard for the day and have a great time. My mind is completely off of what happened. I'm actually starting to convince myself that what I'd seen had to have been sleep paralysis or some such. People say it's like a really intense dream. I was just like, it had to be something like this. This is too weird. It has to be something explainable. Turns out it wasn't. We get back from snowboarding, and I'm immediately, it was like maybe 6 o'clock. And as I'm laying there, all I'm thinking about is what happened the night before. And lo and behold, I can't. Eventually, Nick Wolf came over. Sleep. It's later and later. I'm still wide awake. Now I'm back in that. Okay, sleep now. Sleep second. Finally, just said, hey man, we're tired. We're going to bed. I'm like, so why didn't you just fall asleep? The only thing that I did that really made this real, looking back on it, is I put a knife, like a kitchen knife, above me as laying in bed, constantly looking. It was late enough that it was like hard. Sounded the same as they did the night before. Like, fall on the ground, like deja vu. Yeah, I'm referencing person with me. It's looking like realize I'm like, this thing's gonna be my room. Be the love of God. Nope. Yeah. Thing. Walk. Looking. Thinking. I don't. Red is just a few seconds that I've taken the thing. Because is it? Can't reach me. So worried about making any noise that would alert this thing. Let's say so. Climb level computing. Like, walk down the aisle there. Please, whatever happens, just don't do that. Though it turns away from me, does the same thing that it holds, dick, and disappears. Single. Breathe. Myself. Right out and tell her everything in as acute detail as I possibly can. Telling her reaction didn't find it. Her reaction was not. He felt bad. It was like he just didn't understand what I was telling her. And I said that to her. I mean, every detail I could possibly muster. At the end of it all, towards the end, she just kind of stops me and says, John, yeah, I heard. That's just my husband. It's like, too. Don't worry about it. I was like, no, that cannot be what it is. And she was like, I heard him open the door. I heard it on phone. Assuming he went room again, you guys, I'm like, what is happening? Now I'm just totally beside myself. I was crying during this conversation. They weren't even tears of sadness or fear, as much as just like, what was going on? Look, I needed my mom. I mean, I felt so helpless. And no offense to Nick's mother, but I felt like I was talking to a lunatic. But at the same time, she's recalling the exact same things as me. How do I put that together? I remember thinking, I need to leave. I need to get out of here. I can't be here anymore. But how was I going to make that happen? Nick's mom and Wolf, Nick, they're not leaving. And it was pretty clear that Nick's mom liked the fact that she was apparently hearing her husband walking around the cabin. We're here for one more night. So what was I going to tell my parents? Like, hey, come pick me up in New Hampshire because I'm seeing ghosts. Like, this is a trip that I looked forward to every year. And I honestly was not prepared to have those conversations with my mom and dad. I was not prepared to be like, let me tell you about the ghost I saw over the past 2 days. I just kind of resigned and decided to stay. In retrospect, I think I should have called my parents. But it was such a confusing moment that I had no blueprint for how to handle it. Nick and Wolf finally got up and basically walked in on the bizarre scene of me crying as Nick's mom is reassuring me, about her husband being in the house. Wolf pretty much immediately looks at me to get a gauge on what happened, and he can see it all over my face. I've been crying, and I told him what happened. Nick was always a pretty stoic guy, and he was just unaffected. Wolf, on the other hand, was more inclined to believe something was happening. He didn't know if it was a ghost or not, but he certainly understood that something strange was going on. The fact that Nick's mom was reinforcing my argument, yeah, I heard him too. I heard the door open. Yeah, I was upstairs. I heard him walk through the house. Probably wasn't helping matters. Nick didn't want to hear any of it, and I don't blame him. It was probably super uncomfortable. Like, are we seriously talking about his late father haunting this very cabin? Before we hit the slopes that day, Nick's mom brought us to a local store. and we bought a coffee table because they'd been looking to replace the one that was in their house. Basically, instead of turning down the hallway towards a room, if you just keep walking into the lofted area, there was this coffee table at the foot of the stairs that had a landline telephone. I guess the one they already had was broken or too old or whatever, and Nick's mom thought it was time to replace it. So we went out and got it. We snowboard, we come back, and we help offload the coffee table into the house. We put it at the foot of the stairs, and we start getting ready for bed. That night, I was ruthless in trying to keep Wolf and Nick awake. I mean, I wasn't even trying to make jokes out of it. I was like straight up kicking Wolf's bunk and shaking Nick if I even suspected they were dozing off, because I'm absolutely terrified. It was like the opposite of how excited you get before Christmas and you can't sleep. The final nail in the coffin, if you will, is that we found neither of Nick's two brothers were going to be making the trip. So no one is going to be about. No one should be at that house except us. After all of my attempts to keep Nick and Wolf awake, they fall asleep. Everyone's asleep. It's pitch black. It's silent. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, hear those footsteps around the porch. The door opens, and I hear the sleigh bells ringing. A pot falls on the ground, and the footsteps walk into the house like clockwork. This is the 3rd time that this has happened. So, in a way, this was the first time that I was kind of expecting something to happen. It was going to walk down the hall, come in the room, walk next to me, fold into Nick, and then that's it. Strange, but I actually felt a bit more secure in knowing that something was about to happen. But on that final night, things were different. It walked into the house, but instead of going down the hallway towards our room, it kept walking into the lofted area. And the loft area from where I was laying was basically straight ahead of where our room was. Like, if it wasn't for the wall, I'd be looking right at this thing. At this point, I'm basically waiting for it to walk. Crazy as it sounds, I'm just anticipating something coming through the wall. We'll go there, towards this thing. Now, keep in mind, this thing has its own, here, it's going to literally make them down through the ceiling. Footsteps stopped on the upper floor, where Nick's mom was asleep. So, I'm in bed, petrified once again. Stupid knife sitting in the underside of the bed above me. Hours and hours go by. Some entity coming through the ceiling, watching it as it floats down into Nick or bringing me to the edge of this me. This was now coming up 3 days. At some point that night, exhaustion got the better of me. This fluttered. Some point, probably like 5 a.m., I'll wake up. This time, it didn't sound like she was making coffee. It sounded like something. I couldn't place it. It sounded like she was acting. It was. As soon as I exit the bedroom, over the stairs in the living room. Standing on the coffee table, stairs. looked at me and said, gets down to her knees and he's looking at the table. Her tears weren't grief or sadness. They were they were perfect. Saw that, I was like, I'm done. Honestly, that whole ordeal ended my snowboarding, but here. I do have some theories about what could have happened. Possible that Nick's mom made it about her husband, and he could have just as easily scrapped an "I love you" table. Could have been her. It's also possible she had sleep paralysis, and they had sleep paralysis, and somehow was synchronized and had this vision. But I believe that what they saw was interact the physical world. While I have talked about God knows how many ghost stories in the time, it's the only time.
I'm rambling now about that, but that my opinion is, if you could do that, I bet that would actually solve a lot of your infrastructure needs. I definitely don't think that, like, you should just magically think or act different. You have strengths in an area that most people don't have, which is way harder to have, which is creative.
It's such a trip because I've been a fan of your show even long before I ever met you. And this is like a different side of it. It's like Mr. Ballin does therapy.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Because I've talked to therapists and they don't help me with this. So
No. Well, the thing with this is like it's like so niche.
yeah.
So niche, you know? It's a crazy thing.
The other thing, me doing your personal story, we've already got the episode lined up, and I just after reading through your story, I realized it's exactly like some.
Yeah.
It was really trippy.
I do.
Something I do
Here.
Okay, cool. Something I always do in the back end of the episode, I kind of do a little after action or credits where I either tell a personal story about something that I did while I was in it, or just something related with the people.
We did.
See if you would be. First thing I wanted to point out is the experience, that first night we were out. She said that she heard everything. I don't know if Nick's mom would have visited the cabin at the time between her husband passing and you guys going up there for the snowboard trip. Do you think that she would have for any reason? Or was that trip that you guys took that winter probably the first time anyone had been to the cabin since he passed?
No, actually, that definitely that we're talking. His father died so close to the time we were supposed to go on the trip. So when they said no, we are going to go, it was like so strange in some ways. And in a way, Wolf and I thought, even though we're 16-year-old kids, we felt like it was our responsibility to just go along with it. Like, that cabin was so tied to, like, they loved it there. That was like their place. And so it almost felt like we're just going to go to a place that he loved, that's very important to the mom, to the family, and it is what it is. So we're talking, no one's been to the cabin after his father has died.
Got it. I mean, I could go down a rabbit hole of all the stories I've read, and I'm sure you've also read about whenever there is something like supernatural or I would say spiritual ghosts, things like that, there's sometimes a location assigned to it. With the military, sometimes it's an aircraft frame. Like the aircraft is completely stripped, but that airframe, they put it in a museum and it still has weird stuff happening around it. So that kind of, there's an emotional aspect of the cabin which might explain why, even though he probably didn't pass away at the cabin, right? It's like he passed away somewhere years away, but then
there's a chest here.
So,
help us.
But what this leads me to is to point out that since nobody had been to that cabin, this is the first time that this specter, I mean, this very tall shadow thing, this ghost, whatever, has visited this cabin. That first night that you were there, because you're the only person there to witness it, like that's the first time. And what kind of spooked me when I started thinking about it was just that she never sees the shadow figure. She just hears all these things and is up there awake like you are, thinking, my husband is walking into the house. He's knocked over a pot. Now he's walking to the boys' room. Like at no point does she ever become worried about some intruder breaking in. She's just listening there, staying in bed. And she never gets any visual confirmation of what's actually happening.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, dude, I at the time, that day, when she was like, don't worry, I heard him too, and I hadn't given her any context. I looked, I'm sure, very confused. I looked definitely like I hadn't slept, but I hadn't said anything I had seen or felt or anything. It was just like, hey, it's like one of your other sons come through. She sort of half answered, and then she just says, I heard it too. The way I reacted was fear. How could you possibly know anything? And it was like, her husband has died days ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even know. It was almost like I felt like she was lying to me. I felt like she was acting and like seeking an opportunity to, I hate to say it, but like pretend her husband was here. But I didn't say, hey, I heard something walking around the cabin last night. But at the time, my gut reaction is, this is a woman and she's grieving. She must have just picked up on the fact that I had some sort of awful experience last night, maybe a nightmare. And somehow she was like, that was my husband. That's night one. Yeah. By the end of this experience, when we see the etching in the table, and really actually before that, on the second day, where I did tell her what was going on, I came into the kitchen and I told her all the details, and she basically had the same reaction of like, don't worry, it's just my husband, I heard him too, no big deal. That's when it became more real for me. It's like, oh my God, like, how could she have come up with that when I didn't tell her what happened? How could she have like known so quickly in that first morning to latch on to this idea that like something was in the cabin and it's going to
Oh, finally.
And then two, you're right. What was she doing? Could be laying in her bed, like, oh, no big deal, like you said. Like, it could be an intruder, could be a spirit. I don't know, but like the whole thing is just sort of crazy.
I don't mean to laugh. Could be an intruder. It could be a spirit. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one of the two.
It's just it was just the thought that if she's up there awake, and again, if you ever hear this, I don't think from saying that. Clearly, if she was kind of had a sense, it's just that she heard what it was. Maybe initially, maybe she thought it was her son, and then the way things faked out, I guess nobody closed the door. The house was freezing cold the next morning, like the door's hanging open all night.
Or maybe she woke up and shut it because she knew the quota was her husband. That's the part that I always assumed, that at some point she must have shut. But I never asked her because I had so many thoughts at the time and frankly hated talking to her. It was quite. It was like, the thing is it was just now in retrospect, it's like really this sort of crazy story. But at the time, it just felt like, what is happening to my life? Like, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. The level of fear was so high, it like clouded my judgment on everything. And so like there are things I should have asked. Hey, so what do you mean it's your husband? Like, literally, did you go downstairs? Did you see him? Did you shut the door? Did you pick up the pot? Like, am I misremembering? Am I feeding this woman a ghost story that she's latched onto and attributing to her dead? There was a lot of fear around really dissecting the story, in fear of being offensive to her because she just lost her husband, and frankly, fear of what she might say.
These questions didn't come to mind. Yeah. Have you ever wondered if the first night it happened, there was nothing that probably really gave any reason for this to happen to you specifically? You're not somebody who's seen these things before.
No.
Have you ever wondered that if maybe you hadn't been there to witness it, if that still would have happened? Like a tree falling in the woods sort of thing. Like,
I've sort of allowed myself to believe that if this was in fact a spirit, and if it was in fact Nick's father, it just sort of felt like it was like he was coming to say bye to his family, maybe, and not to be like sort of stereotypical ghost story or whatever, I don't even know, but it seemed like this was something I witnessed but did not cause. And so I think it probably would have happened without me there.
so like if Nick had been there but not you, he was there to see Nick. That's why he gave no mind to you.
I think that's right. I think that I happened to witness something.
So then, I guess, final question. Where are you at with this now? Do you still feel like you'd want if there was an explanation available, do you think you'd want it?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And to be honest, dude, like, it actually is just sort of happenstance, but I had this experience happen to me. And I also tell strange, dark, and mysterious stories for a living. Like, one did not lead to the other. It just sort of happened that I had this experience that lent itself really well to these types of stories. So I've told it on the channel, and I've told it in live events and whatever. But the reality is like, it's not my origin story for how I became Mr. Ballin. In reality, it's like a pretty traumatic thing that happened to me that sort of fits the genre of Mr. Ballin, so I've shared it. Deep down, I would love to know what happened. And not because I want it or expect it to be supernatural or paranormal or something, but because it's like a great mystery in my life. I go back and forth. Like, is this something that was entirely a figment of my imagination, which seems nearly impossible because it has so many real-world implications and ramifications? Is it possible that I do sleepwalk? I sleepwalk a lot, actually. Like, is it somehow tied to that? Did I get up and move around, like, in the middle of the night that first night? And did Nick's mom see me? And that's how she had the context by the morning when I acted? I don't know. Like, but ultimately, I'd love to know it. Even if it's the most, I don't know if it'd be a mundane explanation, because whatever explanation it would be, I'm sure it'd be interesting. But I would love to know.
Have you ever thought what would be like the worst case? What would scare you the most?
That it was a spirit that bowed into my friend and dissipated into the floor and wandered around the cabin. I think that, like, the thing that in some ways makes for the best story, because it's terrifying. And, you know, it's easy to when you haven't experienced it yourself, to, like, think how cool it is or how crazy it is to hear a story like that. But when it happened to me, like, it was so deeply horrifying because it felt real. And so I think if I learned, that entire experience where you had primal fear because it's about a spirit in your room, that really happened. I think it would just sort of completely rock my world, even though in some ways I've sort of accepted that it could have been the reality this whole time. But I've allowed myself to believe maybe there's something totally rational that would explain it all away. If that was removed and I'm just left with, like, the raw, scary version, I think it'd be pretty unsettling, even though I've been grappling with it for 20 years.
In your life, this is one of those experiences that kind of creates the question in your mind: is the world what we see, or is there maybe more to it? It's like the Matrix. It's like, is there something I'm seeing?
Let's put a cap on that.
Yeah. Have any final thoughts about, like, your current beliefs about spiritual, like, ghosts or anything like that?
I think I'm increasingly more skeptical, mostly because, and I'm sure you can relate to this to some degree, you know, in virtue of covering lots of stories that do touch on things that are purportedly supernatural. You know, there's just a lot of stuff that's clearly fake, and there's a lot of stuff that's been doctored and sort of made up, that it's rare to come across things, at least testimony or stories that are, like, truly credible. Whether or not they're true remains to be seen, but, like, really credible supernatural, paranormal stuff is is few and far between, and I think it's made me more skeptical, not less. But it has not made me any less of like a potential believer. I've potentially experienced it directly, but it doesn't mean I look at every weird thing and think, "Oh my God, ghosts, aliens." You know what I mean? It's more like it totally could be, but I remain. You know, it remains to be seen if we have absolute proof. I love the idea that there's more than meets the eye. I really do.
Thanks so much for your time, John. Really appreciate it again.
Yeah, no, dude, absolutely. Didn't think I was deserving of a thank you, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I knew you were a humble guy.
Can't wait to listen to the episode in its entirety.
Awesome. Appreciate your time, brother. We'll talk soon, I hope.
Yeah, dude. So, yeah.
Wartime Stories is created and hosted by me, Luke Lamana. Written by Jake Howard and myself. Audio editing, sound design, mixing, mastering, and production coordination by Alex Carpenter, with additional audio work by me. Animation and motion design by Hot Sauce Video. Research by Jake Howard and myself. Artwork by Piccata and Radomir Izgarovic. Once again, just wanted to say thank you to John and the whole team over at Walnut Studios for their incredible support that they've offered Wartime Stories the last couple of years. And as always, a huge shout out to both our patrons, our YouTube channel members, anybody commenting, liking, sharing, subscribing, everything you guys do that helps keep this show going. We really appreciate it. May God be with each and every one of you, no matter what you're dealing with. And I will see you in the next episode.
Limitless, I think you picked up the chest. I'm trying to move him off of the stone.
Whether they remember it or not, all West Coast Marines have likely trained on Camp Porno at some point. Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton is a massive installation, so it's divided up into smaller camps with long stretches of desert road connecting them all together. Camp Porno is just a small crop of barracks, command buildings, and an often used pool. On the south side of it is a range of steep hills that we all became very familiar with during Marine combat training, SOI, basic recon, any patrolling exercises that we did. It was called the Alpha Shelf, up one steep dirt trail called the Microwave, across the shelf, then down another steep trail called the Ankle Breaker. The terrain alone is enough to make your life miserable. Steep hills, loose rock, thick brush, poison oak, rattlesnakes, just walking through the desert and you put your leg through a patch of paddle cactus. And at night, it's worse. The fog rolls in off the coast and just sits there, low, heavy. Sometimes you can't see more than a few feet in front of you. It's the kind of place where your senses start to play tricks on you, especially when you're very tired. Shapes move that shouldn't. Sounds carry ways that don't make sense. And after enough time out there, your brain starts to try to fill in the gaps. Most of the time, there's a reason for it. Wildlife, fatigue, your eyes adjusting to your night vision optics, all of that. But every now and then, something happens that doesn't quite fit into any of those boxes. And if you talk to enough people, you start to hear the same kind of stories. Different Marines, different units, same place, same feeling. Like something's out there, watching you. Not moving, not making a sound. Just there. After reading the first few, I ultimately found a lot more of these stories from Camp Porno than I expected. And after reading through all of them, not really sure what to make of it. For Marines who experienced them firsthand, these are the stories of the strange things that move through the hills of Camp Porno. I'm Luke Lamana, and this is Wartime Stories.
It's the fog. Nothing out there. There's something out there. Just more. Go.
Hey. You good? Bro, what nods are those? Blue lights. That's not a Marine.
Everyone's super mad at Roblox right now. Roblox just changed its iconic trailer with all of these really, really cool avatars, OG game references, and a bunch of really, really cool Easter eggs to a brand new trailer that has a bunch of retro characters, these humanoid-looking characters that nobody uses, and literally every single person who's watched this trailer so far absolutely hates it. They also go on to brag about how safe their platform is, which is just not true if you guys have been playing Roblox, and yeah, nobody likes this trailer. Like and subscribe.
What we thought was kind of difficult to control. Weather, because turns out that this purely physical process involving wind, pressure, and rain may actually be controlled by something we never expected. At least a portion of our planet's rainfall is potentially directly controlled by biological beings such as fungi and bacteria. And though some of this has been discovered before, it's really the idea that fungus seems to run the show that once again surprised everyone. But before we start, in order to understand how all this works and why this is such an important discovery, let's briefly discuss how rain forms. So let's discuss the mystery of super cold water. And that's because most rain doesn't actually start as liquid water. It starts as tiny ice particles. And while normally high in the atmosphere, water droplets can actually remain liquid at temperatures far below freezing, even sometimes at the bone-chilling minus 40 degrees Celsius. This is what researchers often refer to as super cold water. But for this water to turn into rain or snow, it usually requires some kind of a seed, or basically something to hold on to in order to start forming some kind of a droplet. This compound is actually known as CCN, or cloud condensation nuclei, or sometimes as ice nucleating particles. So, for example, things like dust and soot. As a matter of fact, this is one of the main reasons why volcanic eruptions are very often followed by rainfall. But while dust, soot, and even sea salt can act as a seed, turns out that they're not particularly good at it, and normally do require extremely cold temperatures in order to work. And this is where this unusual discovery in regards to the biological superpowers comes in. So let's discuss these biological rainmakers. And here let's actually start with the ones to rainmaker. This is actually a bacterium that very often lives on plant leaves or sometimes even fruit. And these bacteria, as you can see, tend to damage the leaves, but they do this in a very unusual and somewhat spectacular way. They actually evolved to produce what's known as impros, or ice-nucleating proteins. Very specific proteins that allow water to freeze at much warmer temperatures, usually around minus 2 degrees Celsius. And in nature, these bacteria only use this ability to cause frost damage to plants, which then ends up breaking open the plant tissue, and the bacteria can then consume the nutrients inside. In other words, they're sort of like parasites that have this very strange ability to freeze the leaves in order to break them, but completely accidentally, where property to produce a very unexpected impact. For example, during very windy conditions, many of these bacteria are swept into the skies and basically travel in the atmosphere. And well, because of these proteins on their surface, they become extremely efficient rain seeds. In other words, they then create rain. And this is what scientists now refer to as bioprecipitation, or specifically bioprecipitation cycle. So here we have these plants hosting these microbes. The microbes are then swept into the clouds. By being inside the clouds, they then trigger the production of droplets, and the rain falls back to the ground, obviously watering the plants, but also helping some of these bacteria to grow and propagate to other locations. And so technically this is part of their evolutionary cycle. But it obviously has a very beneficial effect of producing rain for these plants that might or might not be attacked by a lot of these parasitic bacteria. But the thing is, this is something that scientists have known for a very long time, mostly because, obviously, scientists try to understand exactly what causes this leaf damage for quite a while. But extremely recently, in just the last few months, biologists discovered another species that seems to produce very similar effects, but also seems to do this for entirely different reasons that are beneficial to everyone. As always, you can find a study about this in the description below, but this major study that was published in the Science Advances magazine has now revealed that fungi seem to play a much bigger role in all of this, and seem to be so much more important when it comes to being rainmakers. So here scientists focused on fungi like Fusarium, which you see imaged right here, and Morchiarella, that looks just a little bit different. And while unlike bacteria, which usually keep their ice-making proteins tucked away on their skin, these fungi do something slightly different. They actually secrete these proteins that potentially resemble something like this, into the soil around them. And these fungal proteins seem to be smaller and even water-soluble, which actually makes them a lot more effective at traveling into the atmosphere. But in this case, it's really how they're made that seems to be also very impressive. Here, the research shows us that these fungal ice nucleators seem to be made out of tiny proteins that assemble into massive complexes containing more than 100 units. These large assemblies create a very large surface area to then align water molecules and force them to crystallize into ice at temperatures just below freezing. And moreover, these proteins seem to be very tough and even survive extreme pH levels and high heat, meaning that they seem to stay active in the environment for quite a long time, even after being secreted by these fungi. But on top of this, one of the other striking discoveries here was actually where these proteins possibly came from. Because here it might have involved some kind of an evolutionary height. And so they seem to have gotten this ability by borrowing it from someone else. And that's because here, by looking at the genetic code, they found that the fungi did not evolve this trait on their own. This very likely involved the process referred to as horizontal gene transfer, and most likely gene transfer from bacteria. Or essentially, the fungal ancestor in this case copied and pasted down these genes, and specifically a gene referred to as INAZ, and then adapted it for its own use. And all this must have happened a very long time. But this kind of a trait and this kind of a transfer does not happen very often between bacteria and fungi, and normally only happen between various bacteria. But once these fungi acquired them, they apparently became extremely efficient at producing it, and then obviously at releasing them into the soil and into the atmosphere. And so because these proteins are water-soluble and do not require bacterial cells, they seem to enter the atmosphere much easier and potentially play a much bigger role in forming rain. Although technically this mechanism of fungal ice nucleation is still a little bit mysterious and not truly understood. Either way though, this confirms that both bacteria and fungi, despite evolving independently, seem to use very similar strategies in making ice and in causing rainfall. And because fungi like Fusarium, for example, are actually very often found in the atmosphere, here this also suggests that they play a huge role in rain formation and most likely influence precipitation around the planet without us realizing. But interestingly, unlike that parasitic bacteria we discussed previously, here fungi seem to use this protein for slightly different and less destructive reasons. And that's because they potentially use this for protection. By triggering freezing at slightly higher temperatures, fungi can control formation of ice around them, preventing lethal flash freezing of their own delicate cells, which surprisingly also affects a lot of plants around them, and so in some sense these fungi can then also protect the plants and the roots that they usually collaborate with. And so here this protection actually benefits everyone living around them. At the same time, the ability to stimulate rainfall ensures that soil remains moist and provides hydration necessary for the fungi to grow, and once again necessary for all of the plants around them as well. And the thing is, some of the recent studies even argue this idea of bioprecipitation feedback cycle that must have existed on the planet for an extremely long time. Or basically it says that a lot of landscapes don't just passively receive weather, but can actually help shape precipitation when a lot of vegetated land emits a lot of these water vapors and a lot of these proteins into the atmosphere that then promote ice formation in the clouds and increase precipitation that encourages more plants and fungi to grow. In other words, many studies argue that this is a self-perpetuating cycle that seems to be mostly driven by these fungi with the additional contribution from various bacteria. And though this ice nucleation really likely started in aquatic environments, possibly during the ice ages, later on bacteria and fungi adapted this to survive on land. And if correct, these studies provide us with an incredibly powerful tool for basically weather control. And so here, by understanding how much of this biological material actually influences rainfall, first of all, we might be able to create more accurate models for predicting rainfall, but second of all, we might be able to use this as cloud seeding instead of using something a little bit more controversial like silver iodide that's been used in the past, which by the way is actually toxic and that can have damaging effects. In contrast, a lot of these fungal proteins are non-toxic and are actually very easy to produce, which means that this research is not just a kind of a theoretical study, it provides us a lot of practical tools for possibly making the planet just a little bit better. But it's also reminding us that in this case, conservation also plays a huge role. Or basically, by cutting down forests, we are not just losing trees, we're literally losing a biological engine that creates regional rainfall. And so without these fungi, these bacteria, and these plants, a lot of cloud seeding stops and the local water cycle weakens dramatically. And so this type of research is definitely quite important. But once again, is also kind of mind-blowing because it literally shows us that the forest floor, and technically all of the life living in the forest, seems to have a permanent connection to the sky above them, and seems to even control it, producing rain when it needs to be produced. And since fungi and trees very often live in symbiosis, this is actually a really interesting discovery because it kind of suggests there's a very bizarre cycle going on here with the forest controlling the weather, but obviously in ways that we currently do not understand. On that note, once there are some additional discoveries and something else we'll learn about all this, we'll discuss this in some of the future videos. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye-bye.
I'm leaving Germany. In fact, I have already left. And I'm not coming back, ever. I mean, I will come back to visit, but not for living. That time is over. Over the years, a lot of people have come up to me and said, hey, I watched your videos about Germany, and they convinced me to move to Germany. Now I have to say, sorry guys, things have changed. I've been living in Germany for the better part of my life. I grew up in the south of Germany, lived for 30 years, plus in Germany, the last 8 of which were in Berlin. But with every year that passes, things are getting kind of worse and worse every year a little bit. Quality of life in Germany is degrading to a point where I don't see a future in this country anymore. So I'm moving away. And in this video, I just want to share my honest opinion about the state of affairs in Germany, give my 2 cents about it, and tell you what led me to this decision. Especially if you are considering moving to Germany, building a life there, you should watch this video. It all comes down to politics in the end. The decisions your leaders make for your country affect everybody, in a good or in a bad way. For 20 years, I've been watching the government make one bad decision after another. And I just can't take it anymore. I can't. Watching politics in Germany is like watching a prequel to the movie Idiocracy. If you haven't watched that movie, you definitely should. It's basically what's happening in most of the world. Germany is not an exception. I'd love to help fixing it, but then you would have to go into politics and then you deal with all the people that are already there, which will drive you mad for the rest of your life. So the only option you have left is leave. In the end, it all comes down to quality of life. And quality of life in Germany is degrading every year more, and the pace seems to be accelerating. So I don't think that country will be a good place to live in the foreseeable future. Maybe in the far future again. It's not all bad, of course, but if you can choose where you live, there's far better places to do that. I have made hundreds of videos about Germany, and you know all the good stuff already. So this video isn't gonna be about pros and cons. This video is about like the decisions that made me leave. Why is Germany not the best place to live anymore? First, the economy. Germany has been stagnant or even in a recession for the last few years. And the last year especially has been very brutal. There's job cuts, all sectors, obviously because of the decisions politicians made. One of which is the energy. And you all know Germany is an industrial powerhouse.
Here's a lot of
we don't have many resources, but we have a lot of industry.
Anyway, we're flattening out a huge
for those industries with a lot of energy. But Germany managed over the last decade to become the most expensive country in the world when it comes to electricity. No other countries in the world, maybe UK also, is as much for a kilowatt. It's ridiculous how expensive electricity is here. Germany had this awesome plan to become 100% renewable energy, which is a good thing. I believe in renewable energy, it's sustainable, but the way it was implemented was just the most stupid thing I've ever seen in my life. Not the most stupid thing, but it's one of them. So basically, we got rid of all our nuclear power plants before we had other power plants up and running to replace that energy, which leads to this kind of pretty long, decade-long transition to have high electricity costs. Also, you have to import electricity from other countries. I don't want to get into the details. One fact that makes Germany an attractive place to do business for businesses because it's so expensive. So they move to other places abroad where it's cheaper. But of course, it's kind of like just have to look at the news. All the major big companies. Each month, 2025, 10,000 here, 15,000 there, every month, like that coming out. So if you are looking for a job, if you want to come to Germany to work, it's not a good time anymore. It was 5 years ago, but things have changed. And it's not only the electricity prices, it's also AI is competing with human jobs. It all comes together, which makes Germany not a good place to look for a job anymore. And apart from that, it's also not motivating here to work more, because if you earn more, not much more, the percentage of what you have to pay in taxes and also social insurances and everything, it goes up so much. If you calculate all the things you have to pay from your income, you can't even keep half. You can keep maybe like 30% of your income after deducting all the taxes and social insurances. Germany is a good country for like middle class earnings because then you don't pay so much tax, and then you have to pay 19% tax again. You buy you as consumers. People keep forgetting, and I think that's also why the system is the way it is, the taxes and everything. You're not only paying your income tax, social insurances, you're also paying VAT, Umsatzsteuer, which is 19%. If you put it in perspective, 7 out of 10 hours you are working for the state, which, in my opinion, is too much. You shouldn't work 7 out
Oh,
of 10
dear.
hours per state. Just in no relation. You know, Germany is a country of hardworking people. Germans, they don't love work, but they work hard. That has its pros and cons. Because if your politicians are also hardworking people, they are working hard in the wrong direction. They are working very hard to ruin this country. Just imagine how hard you have to work as a politician to ruin a nation with 80 million hardworking people. You've got to work damn hard for that. You don't have to take all these facts from me, you know. I'm just summing it up here. All the economy advisors in Germany, all the big firms, they're saying this to the politicians, but they're not doing anything about it. They just act. If you ignore the issue, it's gonna go away on their own. But it's not. Things are even worse if you're self-employed. Germany hates entrepreneurs. You know, they've been saying for years they need to make things more attractive for startups, for small businesses, for entrepreneurs to attract them. They're doing exactly the opposite. They make it every year kind of more. If you want to do big things in this country, they're going to make it as hard as possible. If you're self-employed, you have to pay even more than the employees for social insurance. You have to pay health insurance. Now they even want to make pension insurance obligatory for people because the pension system is falling apart. They're just scrambling to get more money in the system, which will lead to more entrepreneurs and freelancers to leave, like me. But I'm not doing that. You know how much pension insurance is in Germany? Yes? No? It's more than that. You already have to pay like 18% in health insurance, and then you will have to pay another 18.5% pension insurance. 18.5%. If you earn €100 being self-employed, €18 will go into pension insurance, into a system you will never see anything significant coming back. Because once we are getting old enough to get pension, inflation will have eaten most of it, and purchasing power of the money paid in will be nothing. Because Germany has a very bad pension system, not like in the USA where you can like invest it in different things. Germany, you just pay it in, and the government puts it into who knows what, but it's not growing.
You need more dirt.
It's just like 2%, I think, a year. It increases in value, which inflation is already eating up. So you're not gonna get a good pension in Germany. So it's not worth paying into it. Employed people have to pay for it already. For self-employed people, it was not obligatory. For me, this would be a reason enough to leave Germany, to pay 18% extra on your income. It's mad. And it's not just me, you know, you just have to look at the surveys. There's plenty of surveys out there that
just
are
making
young
a
people,
giant spawn farm and making sure everybody has
if
tons
they
of
want to
stuff.
stay in Germany.
And
they're
also,
thinking about
people
moving
can
abroad
find you
or
anywhere
somewhere
right now.
else,
It
living
literally
somewhere
does
else.
not matter
And
where
from
you
all
go.
the people I know, and
They
I
just
know a
use
lot of
ESP and
freelancers,
teleport to
people
you.
who have like small businesses, none of them want to stay in Germany. They either have already left, are about to leave, or are planning to leave. I am here right now in Cyprus. I went to some meetups here, and it's like full of German entrepreneurs. They all left, and they're all leaving to not just here. You know, there's tens of thousands of entrepreneurs living here with businesses. They just can't take it anymore, the system in Germany. They come here, they go to Spain, they go to other places, you know, anywhere but Germany to do business. A lot of people think businesses should pay higher taxes. Wealthy individuals should pay higher taxes. That more money will be in the system. But it's quite the opposite. Because if you think like you're not living in reality, people in businesses just move to another country. And you've seen it in other countries where they raise the taxes for rich people, they raise the taxes for businesses. They just move abroad, friendlier places for them. And in the end, you have less tax money in the system, and you have less people who contribute to the society you want to build because they're left, but they're pissed off. I don't have a thing against taxes. If I would see that the tax money I pay is in good hands, you know, they do something good with it. But the amount you see being wasted on the most stupid things, it's just unbelievable. So much money is going into war, is going into social welfare for lazy people. I'm not against taxes at all. You know, taxes are a good thing, contributing something to society. The state can do something with that money to make the quality of life for everyone better. But in Germany, I don't see that happening anymore. What I see is that the majority of taxes is being wasted. Penalties are so high if you evade taxes in Germany. It's worse than murder, right? So, but there's no laws keeping politicians accountable for wasting taxes. And they should be accountable because you work, said earlier, 7 out of 10 hours for the state, right? And then they waste this money. There's even a book coming out in Germany or a magazine that shows the biggest tax wastes of the country each year. If you look at it, you think, how on earth possible? Who approved those projects wasting billions of taxpayer money? Taxpayer money is literally human life. Work for it. Pay this money. With your time, work. Wasting it. I'd be glad to pay 70% of taxes if quality of life would go to the moon, but it's going down. No logic. But you know who Germany is a really good country for? Lazy people. Germany has one of the best social welfare systems in the world. And I mean, it's so good, it's almost not worth working a low-income job. Because if you work for minimum wage, full-time, you barely make more than you would get from social welfare. And by earning a little bit more, I mean getting like a few €100 more per month for working full-time instead of going for the social welfare system. And there are going to be people in the comments, oh, you just get €550 a month for social welfare. And that's not true. You get €500 cash, and then they pay your flat, where depends where you live, how much it costs. There's limits, of course, but in a city like Munich, for example, they will also pay for a flat that costs €1,000 a month, and then you have health insurance, which would cost €300 a month if you would pay for it on your own. Also, you don't have to pay for basic service, which is €18 a month, right? If you calculate all those things together, you have like a few €100 less being on social welfare than working a full-time job, 40 hours a week, minimum wage. The only logical option for a person being in this situation is to go for social welfare. You have 40 hours a week for yourself. You can work on a side project. You can play video games all day. You can get drunk all day. It doesn't matter what you do. The only thing you have to do is show up at the job center once in a while and say, yeah, I'm looking for a job. That's it. And you get this for the rest of your life. And what also a lot of people don't know or don't want to know is that if you have children and you are unemployed and get social welfare, your children also will get Bürgergeld. They will get social welfare. Especially for unemployed people with children, it doesn't make any sense to work at all. They can spend time with the children. The children also get like €500 a month in Bürgergeld, extra on top of what the parent is getting. So Germany is a great place for lazy people who don't want to work, have a lot of children, get paid from the state. They give you a big flat, a big house for doing nothing. And it's great for them, but it's not great for society as a whole. And some people say that, these are just exceptions. Most people, they need the benefits because they can't work, they can't find a job. But I can just tell you from my personal experience, I've been living in Berlin 8 years. I've been living in Neukölln. 25% of the people living in Neukölln get social welfare. 1 in 4 people, public statistics. You can look it up. I know people who have been getting social welfare in South Germany, where I come from, 20 years, 30 years. Doesn't matter. They don't want to work. They take a job once in a while for a year, and they go back to the system because it's not worth getting a low-income job. But of course, Berlin is the worst city when it comes to this. It's like in some parts of Germany, it's looked down upon getting social welfare. In Berlin, it's kind of the opposite. If you have a job, you're like, are you stupid? You're working? Why would you do that? I'm not making this up. I know personally dozens of people who get social welfare, not because they can't work, because they don't want to work, right? And I'm one guy. I know dozens of people like that. If I, one guy, know a couple of dozen people who abuse the system, it's not the exception anymore. It's becoming the norm. Berlin alone is losing like hundreds of millions of euros to people who abuse the system. They know this, but they can't do anything about this because it's the law. You have to follow the law. Congratulations for being lazy. What you want to do with your life. In Germany. This is just one more fact about what's going wrong in Germany. Personally, I don't want to live in the country where laziness is rewarded and hard work penalized. There's no logic in that for me. I'd rather pay my taxes elsewhere. There's another really important thing that has been bugging me a lot about living in Germany, and it's how society interacts with one another, like the people. I never had to think about those things, but I am at an age where I have to think about where I want to raise children. And Germany and Germans are really hostile against children. They don't want them. It sounds absurd, but it really is like that. Germany is not a family-friendly country at all. There are some financial incentives in Germany to have children. You get like Kindergeld and parental leave and all that. But when it comes to like the people and how they view children, it's very negative. Just to give you a few examples. If you go to a restaurant with a child, people in the restaurant, Germans, they will look at you and they make a face like, "Ugh, are you kidding me? Are you seriously bringing this child into the restaurant to ruin my time here?" Everywhere I've been, Southern Europe, Japan, Southeast Asia, if you enter a restaurant with a child, people will light up. You know, they will, oh, hello. They will want to interact with the children. They're nice. They seem happy that they're there, you know. In Germany, it's the opposite. If Germans see children in public places, they're annoyed. They don't want to have them there. And that says a lot about society, not in a good way. Being annoyed by children doesn't matter where you are. It's not right. You know, everybody has been a child. Most people have children. They're an integral part of society. They're your future. They're the society's future. You should be happy that they're there. If you want to ride a train in Germany with a baby, there is no proper place to change the diapers. There isn't. And it doesn't make any sense because you're stuck in a train for hours. Even on the expensive train, ICE, there is no proper place to do this. It's humiliating for the child and for the parent to be riding on a train in Germany. I guess it's out of the box now. I do have children now, and I've been traveling with them a lot, as you've seen in my videos. I haven't seen a more hostile place to children than Germany. And this is a very sad statement. And I've been to Japan with them. You wouldn't believe the facilities they have. You know, there's nursing rooms everywhere. There's like diaper changing stations everywhere. And those facilities are also like something I've never seen in Europe anywhere. You know, you go in there, there's like sofas for mothers to breastfeed their children. There's free diapers. And once you get children, you also think about where you want to raise them, especially if you have a daughter. I don't think Germany is a good place to raise a daughter anymore, because women in general, they don't feel safe anymore walking down the street at night. You don't have to take it from me. There's public petitions in all major German cities. Women want like vouchers for free taxi rides at night. In Berlin, they want to have like women-only subway wagons. And the stories you hear in Berlin, what women have to endure in public transport, it's fucked up. Fucked up, yeah. You all know the reasons why it is like that. I don't have to talk about it. But the fact is, women in Germany don't feel safe anymore for good reason. Deciding to raise a daughter in Germany is just not a good thought to have, you know. If you want to keep your people safe, your children safe, that they grow up in a friendly environment where they can feel safe any time of the day. This is just my opinion, but if a woman can't walk down the street at night and feel safe anymore, you have failed as a society, as a country. That's just my opinion. And it's kind of ridiculous. Every time something happens in Germany, politicians will just say, we have a knife problem. Knives are killing people. Women are dressed wrong. They should dress differently. And it's not a small thing, but you can also see it in the small things. You can't go to the supermarket anymore without feeling we're living in a crime-polluted society. Like in Prenzlauer Berg, one of the best neighborhoods in all of Berlin. If you want to go and buy shampoo or a cream, you go in a drugstore, DM. You have to go in many of the drugstores in Berlin to the cashier to get them so they unlock the products because they get stolen so much. Even in the Edeka, in like a normal supermarket, they're locking up alcohol, they're locking up Red Bulls, things that cost $1.50. They're putting security things on them that need to be unlocked at a cashier. What kind of society is this becoming? Another example is Christmas markets. Last year, there have been a few Christmas markets who got cancelled because they can't afford the terror defense anymore because it's too expensive. It costs millions of euros for big Christmas markets to put those barriers, terror defense up. And if Christmas markets, place of joy, the one thing people look forward to in December when it's cold and ugly outside, if they get cancelled because they can't afford terror defense, many things have gone wrong in this country. And don't get me wrong, I don't want to blame this on migration. Migration isn't a bad thing per se. It's just there's going to be a few people who are doing stupid things, and you have to select them out. But Germany is doing an extremely, extremely bad job at that. One of the bigger problems regarding that is that even if the people come to Germany to look for refuge, they get denied. And if they are from certain countries, which are considered not safe, Germany cannot send them back, even if they are not allowed to stay in Germany, if they're not granted permission to live, to become a resident, work here, etc. So you have this huge group of people from refugees who come to Germany. Their permission to be here got denied, but they can't be deported to their home country because it's not safe there. So they can't work here, they can't do anything here, but they are here because they're kind of in limbo. And that creates a lot of problems because they can't be part of society, they can't integrate, and some of them, of course, cause some trouble. It's also understandable that if you are in this limbo, you get a lot of resentment because this country didn't accept you. Another thing that drives people away is the unaffordability of Germany, especially when it comes to housing. Cost of living is rising. Germany has become so unaffordable when it comes to housing that people don't even dream about owning a house, owning a flat anymore. Everybody below the age of 35 has basically given up on ever owning real estate to live in. Yeah, it's become so expensive. We were looking at houses or apartments in Berlin, and Berlin is by far not the most expensive city in Germany. There's many cities more expensive. You'd have to have €1 million to buy something for a family, yeah, with like 3-4 rooms in a normal location. If you're gonna go outside, you can probably find something for like half that. But even half a million is like, you're not gonna earn €1 million in your life in Germany. Not with the taxes and social insurances. You're not gonna make it. Even if you work your whole life at normal job, middle class, you will not be able to afford a house in Germany anymore. All the things you have to pay, social insurances, it's just adding up and making your quality of life go down. You know how much I had to pay health insurance back in Germany last year? It was €1,000 a month. €1,000 a month. It's €12,000 a year. If you're self-employed, it's almost like 20%. Once you earn like €5,000 a month income, you have to pay €1,000 of that to the health insurance provider. Now I gotta have international health insurance. I pay less than €130 a month for international health insurance. I can go to any doctor in the world. Yeah, cost of living changes your life. So when you talk to people in their 20s and ask them if they're saving, investing, they say no. What's the point? You just spend it all because there's no point in saving for something you can never afford. And it's not just the housing, the whole infrastructure in Germany is falling apart. You just have to look at the trains. Germany has had the reputation to have one of the best train systems in the world. It's always on time, etc. But those times have long passed. Now the German train system aims for punctuality rate for the trains of 60%. That's what they're aiming for. And the train in Germany is only considered late if it's more than 10 minutes late. So if the train is 9 minutes late, on the statistics, it's still on time. You would be mad to go with public transport to the airport and not have like a 2 or 3 hour buffer in there, because every time you want to go to the airport, one train gets cancelled, the next one is 1 hour delayed, you're going to spend a few extra hours getting to the airport with the train. It's not reliable anymore. I've traveled a lot of countries and I've never encountered such a bad train system anywhere, not even in India. In India, every train I took was on time. Every single one of them. How is that possible? I don't understand. So yeah, if you can't rely on public transport anymore, that's a huge downstep in quality of life because you can't reliably get anywhere, which kind of sucks, right? It's kind of ironic that Germany is still spending like hundreds of millions of euro in developing aid to other countries, while at the same time it's becoming itself a developing country. Just last year, a major bridge had collapsed in the city of Dresden. So infrastructure in Germany is falling apart. They don't have enough money, but they're supporting other countries, which is a good thing. If you have the money, you should support other countries to get your living standards. But if that comes at a cost of your own living standards, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. You should be only financing what you can afford. You shouldn't spend money you don't have. And yet, despite all this, people keep voting for the same two parties over and over again. For decades, two parties have been ruling this country, CDU and SPD. They decided the future of Germany. That's what we got from it. And apparently people don't want to learn, especially for those two parties. Most people voting for them are over 60. They're retirees. They have voted for those parties their whole lives, and they're not going to change it, most of them. And because Germany is such an aging country, the majority of people is actually above 60. They're the biggest voter group. Apart from people voting for the same parties over and over again, Germany itself is not really a democracy anymore. I wouldn't call it that, because there's this other party, AfD. They are the second biggest party right now, but no other party will talk to them, vote with them, or discuss anything with them. They are just pretending they don't exist. They have always done that, and they're even trying to ban this other party, which doesn't sound very democratic to me. They're always accusing this other party of being undemocratic, but by not even talking to them, not letting them be part of the conversation, basically, they are being the undemocratic party. It's just logic. I mean, you must understand it. In a democracy, if those parties get a big share of vote, like 20%, that's like 1/5 of all people in Germany. And they can't be represented in a democracy if the other party don't acknowledge their existence. It doesn't matter what you think about them, it doesn't matter what views they have, there needs to be a discourse. And in Germany, there is no discourse, not between the parties. And if you say anything that stands in the view of what this party represents, people will exclude you from society, or at least they will try to. And this is also a very dangerous situation because it's creating an isolation for different groups of people in a society. And if certain groups of people feel isolated, they become more radicalized in both directions. And that is not good for a democracy. So Germany saying we're the most democratic country in the world is absolute bullshit. It's just not true. I think many other European countries are more democratic. You have the same parties in Austria, in the Netherlands, and they're not being ganged up on. You know, they are in talks with other parties. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. But that's what a democracy is. So I would say Germany calls itself a democracy, but it doesn't act like one. That's also the reason why the AfD has become so popular among fifth or more of German voters, because there are old parties. They won't address the issues that have arisen in the last 2 decades. So that's why the party was formed, right? Because people are unhappy with politics. It's kind of sad to see in Germany that the political left is encouraging violence against the political right, because left and right are just a political spectrum. You can talk about things, or you should be able to talk about things, find a compromise. But in Germany, things are so divided between the people that the left is calling for violence against the right. The most absurd thing about this is that political actors from the left spectrum are encouraging this and saying, yeah, this is a good thing. Neither side should choose violence just to silence the opposition. That's stuff from like authoritarian countries. And in general, I don't see Germany heading in a good way when it comes to free speech. People are getting arrested for posting memes on the internet. Literally. 5 years ago, you could have only imagined this from authoritarian countries in Africa or the Middle East or something like that. That would have been unimaginable in Europe. But now the UK is mass arresting people. Germany is following suit. Comedy is over. Yeah, memes are over. Critical thinking is not allowed on the internet anymore. Nowadays, people even get arrested for stating facts. It's kind of ridiculous. It really started to get like this around COVID, like people weren't allowed to say certain things. Ever since COVID, the state propaganda in Germany has been rising a lot. You can see it really in the news how the government and the news outlets that are controlled by the government, like public TV, they're trying to paint a certain picture that is pretty far off of reality, what the everyday people experience. So they're just continuing to ignore the problem. Germany is crumbling away slowly. Free speech, quality of life, everything. It's pretty much a downward spiral. And I don't see the bottom in yet anytime soon. It has to get much worse before most people will realize that something has to change. And at that point, it's going to get very, very ugly, in my opinion. But looking at history, all of this is pretty normal. I can recommend you read the book, The Fourth Turning. The Fourth Turning is here, the second release, which basically describes from history the cycles of society, that about every 100 years there's a major crisis that reshapes the whole society. And throughout history, those crises had to happen every 80 to 100 years. I think in general, the West is going to be a pretty ugly place to live in the next decade. It doesn't matter if it's the USA or Western Europe. The time has come for change, and change in this proportion is never pretty. It's going to be pretty ugly for a lot of people. So what to do? Looking to the east. It's actually west. East. What does this mean for the future of Germany? Well, right now the system is falling apart pretty much. What comes after, we don't know if it's going to be better or worse. Only time will tell. It's not that I hate Germany. There's just too many things that are going wrong. I mean, it's all fun and games until you have children, and then you have to think about their futures to make sure that you have a good quality of life for yourself and for your children. You go away, right? That's also why so many people come to Germany, because they hope to have a better future there for the children, and it's understandable. If you're coming from the Middle East, from Africa, things in Germany are probably still much better than in those countries they're coming from. That's why they're coming, right? But if you're a German and you're used to a certain standard and you just see it going down, then you start thinking about how things could be different or were different, because you have experienced them. So I'm happy to be part of a different society that appreciates people, that appreciates the work they do, that appreciates community. And in Germany, I don't see any community left. It's just a divided people. Can't agree on anything. Germany's a sinking ship, and I'm not gonna stay on it to drown. The only thing that could turn Germany around would be a radical reform, radical changes. But German politicians have been saying, ever since I can remember, like for 20 years, they have been saying Germany needs to be less bureaucratic, there needs to be less regulation, need to be more attractive for entrepreneurs, for businesses. They have been saying that, and they know that. But then the next year, they do more bureaucracy, they do more regulation. They know all of this, and they say it, but they also say they want to change it, but then they don't. They do the opposite. It's mad. It's mental. Maybe when the system is on the floor, I'm gonna come back to Germany. I'm gonna run for chancellor, fix all this mess. But where's my journey going, you ask now? I gave you all the reasons not to stay or move to Germany. For me, the best country in the world right now to live in is Japan. So that's where I'm going to spend the majority of my time now. Things work there, it's orderly. I can't really say anything negative about Japan. The only negative thing is the working culture. But since I'm self-employed, I'm not going to be part of the working culture there. I think nowadays it's all about values. Which values do you share, and which values are you willing to be part of? And Germany has lost a lot of its values that make life in a society worth living. And I can see those values. It's very much in Japan still. There are values that are better than others. For everyone, that's different. But you have to choose your values. And then you have to act on them. And then if you're lucky, you can choose to live with those. And I really love the values Japan has. You can leave your wallet in a subway and you're going to see it again. 99% chance you're going to see your wallet with all the money in there. Small children, they can commute to kindergarten, to elementary school. 5 years old, They take the subway, 30 minutes, no problem. Other Japanese people are gonna watch out for them. Nothing's gonna happen to them. Unimaginable in Germany. It's not gonna happen. You would be mad to send your child to public transport in Berlin to go to kindergarten or elementary school. It would be extremely irresponsible. But in Japan, that's normal. I love that. Just being in Japan, seeing how people are to each other, it kind of makes me want to be a better person because I feel like the uncivilized person there, coming from Europe, which is kind of funny and absurd. So much to learn. Finally, the barbarians are going to become civilized. But of course, as long as children don't have to go to school, I'm gonna be traveling a lot, so you're still gonna see a lot of videos of me on the road. I really enjoy being in Southern Europe. People are nice, food is good. I'm gonna visit Germany once in a while. My parents still live there, so I have to go back there once in a while, and then I'm gonna make some videos there as well. But the majority of the year, I'm gonna be not there. And I'm very grateful that I am able to choose this. That's also in part because of you, all of you who subscribed and watch my videos. Thank you for enabling me to choose my life and be free. I don't think there's anything more valuable than being free. Back to you. You're on the other side.
This is a map of the Strait of Hormuz on February 28, 2026. It shows hundreds of ships passing through right before the US and Israel attacked Iran. And Iran attacked ships. By the next day, no ship risked going through the strait, except for an odd few. Hilda 1 turned off its location responder, then reappeared on the other side. The Kuma followed, flying what the EU says is a fake Guyanese flag. Then the Skywave switched its flag from Comoros to Botswana before crossing. Their strange behavior isn't random. It's the signature of a strategy that has helped Iran, Russia, and other regimes survive the West's attempts to shut them out of the world economy. Some call it the Dark Fleet, or the Ghost Fleet. Most call it
Shadow Fleet, Shadow Fleet, Shadow Fleet.
A growing shadow fleet is causing concern.
Sailing without a valid flag to evade Western sanctions, to smuggle oil as well as sometimes weapons.
While some are suspected of acts of sabotage.
The Shadow Fleet is not a unified group. It's a loose collection of aging and fraudulent ships, secretly ferrying sanctioned oil around the world. But despite every attempt by the West to stop it, the Shadow Fleet keeps growing. Now, it's out in the open.
The Dark Fleet is the lifeblood of these regimes. It's shown bad actors how easy it is to keep trade flowing.
So what makes the Shadow Fleet so effective? And how is it taking advantage of all the chaos in the Middle East? Tens of thousands of ships carry goods all around the world every single day, and most operate within a system that relies a lot on trust. A ship is trusted when it can show more or less three things. First, what I'll casually call paperwork, proof of legitimate ownership, management, and insurance. Second, a flag, showing it's registered and overseen by a country. And third, a so-called AIS transponder, which broadcasts where it is and where it says it's going. Because ships with all three are far more likely to be accepted by most major ports, every country's economy depends on it. Economic sanctions exploit that dependence. In the 2000s, the UN sanctioned North Korea for testing a nuclear weapon, and the US and EU sanctioned Iran for trying to make one. Sanctions led major ports to block ships flagged by North Korea and Iran, or whose transponders showed they'd been there. Sanctions also blocked them from getting legit paperwork. Without trusted ships, North Korea and Iran's economies suffered. But neither gave in because buyers in some countries, like China, were still willing to do business, as long as they could plausibly deny it. So North Korean ships began turning off their transponders before entering Chinese ports. or out to sea to transfer their cargo to another ship. They also began switching their North Korean flags to so-called flags of convenience.
That meant going to flags like Cameroon, Cook Islands, Gabon, finding flag states that operate privately and don't have much scrutiny or technical oversight.
Michelle Wise-Bachman is a maritime intelligence analyst. She explained that getting false paperwork was pretty easy to do.
I've tracked down the so-called registered owners to a carpet mall in Dubai and shopping mall in Mumbai, pharmacy in Moldova. All of these extremely subterfuge activities, they've all happened because there were tricks in the regulation.
These were the first shadow vessels. Soon Iran was using the same tricks to hide its oil tankers, and cleverly adding more.
They would get a really old clunky ship and they would send it to a shipyard that wouldn't ask too many questions, of course. Then the old tanker would become a new tanker without the taint of sanctions.
By the late 2010s, the shadow fleet consisted of a few dozen vessels, mostly exporting Iranian oil to China. When Venezuela was hit with U.S. sanctions, it added ships. Then a few stateless ships joined too. Crews developed more tricks, like spoofing their locations and changing flags, names, even paint colors mid-journey. While shadow vessels make themselves very hard to find, they do occasionally turn on their transponders, which allows analysts like Michelle to find, investigate, and label them. In a report by Vortexa, the shadow fleet included around 200 vessels in early 2022. But just 1 year later, it jumped to over 1,000. Most belonged to Russia. After invading Ukraine, Vladimir Putin's regime was hit with US and EU sanctions. So it bought hundreds of aging tankers and ran the Shadow Fleet playbook to keep its oil moving, mostly to buyers in China and India. Then it used the revenue to fund its war. By late 2025, this growing Shadow Fleet was carrying around 11% of the world's seaborne oil, allowing these states to survive sanctions. And even though European countries could see it sailing by, there was very little they could do.
All ships have what's called the right of innocent passage under the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Seas, which has allowed, especially in the case of Russian dark fleet vessels, for them to go through the coastal waters, the English Channel, Danish Straits, etc., to load Russian oil.
The Shadow Fleet looked untouchable, which made it not just an effective economic tool, but also an effective weapon. Right now, Donald Trump is threatening to pull the U.S. out of NATO because other countries aren't helping him in Iran. Now, what's interesting is how different outlets are covering it. This level of insight is only possible thanks to the sponsor of this week's episode. That's Ground News. Ground News is the only website and app that doesn't just gather news from all over the world. It shows me how they're being covered, whether that's political bias, reliability, or even ownership. Now, there are about 470 outlets covering this story. Ones on the right are emphasizing how this is a wake-up call and blame NATO's so-called weakness for putting it in this situation, while outlets on the left focus on how Trump's threat is him lashing out over an unpopular war. The Ground News interactive map feature also lets me browse stories from all over the world, including some that may be overlooked by Western media. My job isn't just to know what is being covered, but how. Ground News makes that easier, and I bet that my viewers want the same level of transparency. So we've partnered with Ground News to give you 40% off their Advantage plan. That's what I use every day. That's at ground.news/search party or scan the QR code. Ground News and Search Party share the same mission. That's to make the news more transparent and understandable for everyone. Thanks again to Ground News for their support, and I'll take you back to the story. Christmas Day, 2024, in the Baltic Sea, 4 underwater cables were suddenly damaged. Quickly discovered it happened while a very old oil tanker passed over them. The Eagle S was flagged by the Cook Islands, owned by a company in the UAE, and filled with Russian oil. Finnish police discovered it had dragged its anchor on the seabed for nearly 90 kilometers, damaging the cables. The ship's crew said it was an accident, but it was just one of several undersea cables that had suffered damage while a sketchy vessel passed by. These incidents have led authorities to believe that Russia was using its shadow fleet to sabotage and spy on NATO countries.
I've spoken to people who are in a position to know that, yes, spying equipment has been found on these vessels, and there are now security guards on vessels linked to a former paramilitary group, Wagner. So the blurring of commercial and military especially has been quite substantial.
Russia is very good at using tactics that fall below the threshold of war, that are easily denied and very hard to prosecute. When Finland charged the crew of the Eagle S with sabotage, the court dismissed the case, ruling that it didn't have jurisdiction. Evading sanctions and staging acts of sabotage was a step too far. Around 2024, the West ramped up sanctions not on countries, but on ships. A lot of ships. At least 1,304 vessels have been sanctioned by at least one of these governments, which makes them riskier to do business with.
It made the oil harder to sell, meant that the oil producers, they set up a few more sock puppet companies in order to evade those sanctions and to develop the workarounds.
It also forces them to travel longer routes to avoid inspections and transfer their loads more often. But sanctions alone don't stop shadow vessels. So the US and EU pressured flag of convenience states to unflag sanctioned vessels, making them stateless. This was a game changer, because under international law, a ship suspected of being stateless can be boarded.
U.S. forces seizing an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. Special forces were pulling down and then taking control of the tanker.
This problem had been bubbling away for most of 2025 with lots of hand-wringing, let's say, from European governments about what to do. And then bang, you've got the US government come in and say, look, you can seize them because they're stateless. That provided a template to European governments. And so now we're seeing action.
In early 2026, the US, France, and even India seized stateless vessels. Then the US and EU announced sanctions that led some countries to buy less Russian oil. Meanwhile, Ukraine went even further.
Ukrainian sea drones launched their attack on a pair of oil tankers, part of Russia's so-called shadow fleet.
Ukraine has hammered Russia's Baltic port, halting some oil exports.
By February 2026, Russian oil revenue was falling, and Iran was selling its oil for bargain prices. The West was making progress against the shadow fleet, right up until the US and Israel attacked Iran. Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz. While the strait was closed, the price of the oil inside every tanker rose dramatically. By letting shadow vessels through, Iran made sure it was mainly shadow vessels that could profit from it. March 13th, and the Hilda 1 sailed east, probably towards China like most Iranian shadow vessels. After Donald Trump eased sanctions on Iranian and Russian oil at sea, Russian shadow vessels raced towards India. Other countries placed orders too. Now Russia and Iran are again exporting a lot of oil. According to the FT, Russia made more than $150 million a day in net revenue, while Iran likely made more than $140 million, largely thanks to the shadow fleet.
They've really got three parts to ship whatever they can, wherever they can.
While I'm recording this, Iran is still in control of the strait, but after peace negotiations failed, Trump ordered the U.S. Navy to impose its own blockade on the strait to intercept Iranian ships. Meanwhile, European states keep intercepting stateless vessels, but many ships are switching to Russian ports, which makes them harder to seize. It again leaves the West in search of a strategy. So, what else can it do?
If you want to adopt the next generation of dark fleet vessels, then perhaps have a phase out of vessels when they reach 25 years. And there are states like Malaysia, for example, where there are these dark fleet tankers in their economic exclusive zones that are undertaking activities that are contrary to international regulations. They could bring up an enforcement campaign there. There's all sorts of small ways to chip away at the problem, but ultimately it lies with improving regulation at the international level.
While the West struggles to fight the shadow fleet, war and prove that could be even more useful and more valuable. All right, thanks so much for watching another episode of Search Party. I want to take a minute to tell you quickly about newpress.com. A lot of the reporting I made for this story wouldn't have been possible without help from New Press members. Chinmay Mehta, John Bibb,
Sympathia having to do with the interconnectedness of all things. And this is not necessarily just meant to imply the interconnectedness of, let's say something like the butterfly effect, where we're moving, where we're just the fluttering of wings can move particles of air that affect things on the other side of the planet. There's that, but there's also something about this sympathia, right? This sympathy. And this is a core doctrine to magic.
Keep watching to learn more. You can now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu.
Book 4 in the New Thinking Aloud Dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology, now available on Amazon.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Michelin.
Hello and welcome. Our topic is embodying the subtle forces of magic. My guest is Hytale April, who is an independent scholar, an esoteric instructor, a practicing ceremonialist, and senior initiate of the Martinist Order of America, the Masonic Blue Lodge, and the York Rite Freemasonry. He is also a temple chief of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. He is the author of A Formless Fire, Rediscovering the Magical Traditions of the West, and his most recent book, about which we'll be talking today, is Etheric Magic, a complete system of elemental, celestial, and alchemical magic. Is based at the East Coast of the United States and North Carolina. And now I'll switch over to the interview video. Welcome, Ike. It is a pleasure to be back with you again.
Yes, it's excellent to be here. Thank you so much for having me again.
Of course, in our first interview, based on your book, A Formless Fire, we spent a lot of time focusing on the history of magic and theories of magic. Today, we're going to inch a little bit more into the practical side, talking about the relationship between, I'll call them human energies and cosmic energies.
It's a foundational sort of theoretical framework that we work with in magic, and I'm sure some people might be surprised to even know that we have a framework, that we have anything theoretical that we're working on. But yes, it is certainly a sweet science.
And you, for example, have a background in Asian medical practice, Asian philosophy, and you've integrated both the Asian and particularly the Chinese and the Western magical practices that I think maybe a good starting point for our conversation is to elaborate on the great Hermetic axiom from the Emerald Path, above, so below. It seems to me that that's the foundation of what we're going to be talking about today.
Sure. Yes. It's certainly a very, very well-known phrase, and in recent years have come under some scrutiny, and there's been some, let's say, alternative translations of that from the Emerald Tablet. But overall, I don't think it really, in any meaningful way, the word translation, I don't think it really, in any meaningful way, changes what that very important axiom is attempting to, in a subtle way, communicate, which is this reflective, mirror-like quality to all of creation. And we find this in, even something like the biblical Genesis, where the Ruach Elohim, or the breath of God, the breath of gods and goddesses moves on the face of the waters. And there's a reflective capacity to water in general. But to go back to my man Plato, we derive from the Timaeus of Plato. We derive what we call the doctrine of the micro, and those terms, microcosmos and macrocosmos, they're terms that refer to the, and this was later elaborated in the Middle Ages and the Renaissance by clerics who were studying Plato, studying Aristotle, and wanted to explore this intimate relationship between human beings, right, which they referred to as the microcosm, the little cosmos, and our relationship, which seems quite unique and special in some ways, maybe privileged to the greater universe, which was the macrocosm. So this doctrine effectively establishes, and albeit vague, but certainly, again, a theoretical framework for the operation of what we call sympathy, which again is primarily a Platonic term. The Stoics took it from Platonism, and then you get people in the 2nd century, 3rd century, Plotinus and Porphyry talking about it, really elaborating it, really giving us a nice metaphysic. But sympatheia having to do with the interconnectedness of all things. And this is not necessarily just meant to imply the interconnectedness of, let's say something like the butterfly effect, where we're just the fluttering of wings can move particles of air that affect things on the other side of the planet. There's that, but there's also something metaphysical about this sympatheia, right? This sympathy. And this is a core doctrine to magic. I mean, if I may have mentioned this the last time we spoke, I certainly I'm constantly talking about it. But this idea of occult virtues is huge. We get that primarily from Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa, who wrote the 3 books of occult philosophy. People scratch their heads a lot about, what does this mean? Occult? Is it occult? Occult? Well, it's occult, right? As in the root of oculus, like the ocular cavity of the eye, right? So occult, occultus, occultum, and then the root is virtute, occult power, meaning hidden from the eyes. So when we're talking about things like that are occult, it means that they have a metaphysical causality, meaning one that is not necessarily and immediately apparent. The same way it would be to throw a ball down the stairs. And that's, that plays into all sorts of tropes that we are quite familiar with in the present day concerning magic, especially if you've seen stuff like Harry Potter, etc., so on and so forth. But you see that kind of movie magic sort of thing. Well, we're conceiving of it in a different way. We're conceiving of it in a way where the microcosm, the little universe, is imbued and in fact created inherently with all of the same forces, powers, and energies that exist in the greater macrocosm. Now, we are like in kind, but different in magnitude, clearly. And one of the consequences of this is that human beings, in our microcosm. Again, it goes back to that old nature and nurture sort of ideas about the human nature itself, but those powers, forces, and energies within our, what we call in Western magic, the sphere of sensation, right? Our some people might refer to it as the aura, but think of it like a bounded cosmos. We have all those things in somewhat of an imbalanced disposition. Okay, whereas the ancients would look up at the stars and planets and be able to calculate with regularity the corresponding changes on Earth. This to them evidenced something very structured, something very balanced, something very orderly. Whereas all of this sort of clockwork in us, it's I think it's kind of apparent that it's not something that necessarily comes automatically to the human beings. So that's really the interesting part about the position in which the operator, the magician, the whatever you want to call it, practitioner, we occupy this very, very significant space where we need to, according to, let's say, magical theory, classical magical worldview, if we want to rise to the height of our potential, of our, let's say, our telos, if you believe in a teleological significance to human beings, an inherently purposeful, rather than a contrived purpose, but an inherently purposeful humanity, we want to rise to the heights of that, then we need to order our microcosms. And now, groups such as the Rosicrucians and the Hermetists and Hermeticists, and Analysts especially, their whole project was observing the natural universe and trying to move in unison with it and take that as our great teacher for how to apply order to our own microcosms. But to put a little bow on this theoretically, the first step is becoming aware of the totality of your. A lot of us are we've got the blinders on. It's very ego driven, very persona driven, these immediate needs, and not many of us are well aware that our consciousness expands outward. Our energy, right, as we call our field expands all around us. And we have to, as individuals in a magical tradition, particularly those of us interested in initiatory traditions, we have to take control and accountability for the totality of that microcosm. And that's the first step towards embodying.
Most people, I don't think, consider themselves to be a microcosm. That is to say, a whole universe exists within me. Most people, Alan Watts once put it famously, a skin-encapsulated ego.
Yeah. Exactly. This is one of the ways in which, I think it's one of the things that people are longing for, is that the reinvestiture, that enchantment, that enchanted worldview that isn't enchanted in the same way, again, movie magic is, Snow White and Cinderella enchantment. It's the enchantment that broadens our perspective and our consciousness for what it means to have an existence on this planet in this time, this little part of the macrocosm, the little part of the cosmos that we occupy. And I think one of the most significant things that initiates in particular become the beneficiaries of is a sense of inherent meaning and purpose. And so this idea of having to disbelief, re-enchant, it doesn't even, you don't even need to do that, because it's the immediacy and the obviousness of that inherent meaning, it speaks for itself.
The various occult traditions that you draw upon have models of the cosmos. And I know you rely quite extensively, I presume, through the Golden Dawn tradition in particular, with the Kabbalistic tree of life as a model for the entire cosmos. One might even include all the deities of various cultures and then different levels of being as well. And all of that gets, if I understand correctly, superimposed on the human body as well as the world at large.
Yes. It's quite an interesting and an old system. This would not immediately be something that I think people that are more staunchly, or let's say strictly, interested in that's what we could call earlier forms of the Kabbalistic tree of life. It comes later in the Kabbalistic tradition in the form in which we have it. But I should differentiate between the different types of Kabbalah, just to be sort of contextually responsible. There's, of course, the Hebrew Kabbalah that you get that really between the 2nd and 6th centuries of the Common Era, with the you start to see intimations of this with the writing book that we call the Sefer Yetzirah, or the Book of Formation. And then later, in the 13th century, we have the Zohar, which is written and pseudonymously attributed to a great ancient rabbi named Shimeon ben Yochai. It's really written by a man named Moses de Leon. But those are the two really, really big texts that we rely on. And so everything that comes later, we pull from these works, but they evolve just for different purposes. And then in the Middle Ages, really in the Renaissance, actually. It's in the Renaissance, much more so, with a man named Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, who was a contemporary of Marsilio Ficino and the Medicis. He really, it's the very beginning, the seed of Christian Kabbalah, which is this sort of appropriation of the Hebrew Kabbalah that then becomes Christianized, and many, especially in Germany, begin writing a version of the Kabbalah. And then finally, you have in the late 1800s and early 1900s century, a group of, Freemasons and Bohemians, really, who begin studying this stuff at places like the British Library. And these are, of course, the founders of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and related currents. And they start bringing this stuff into the fold, and they take it out. This is the key to understand it. They take it out of strictly scriptural exegesis. They take it out of the Tanakh and the Torah and the New Testament, and they begin applying it to everything. This system of correspondences and the tree of life in particular, they began grafting things onto it, like the tarot and astrological and elemental correspondences. And then that's how you have this total correspondence, right? Because what happens when you take the elements, the planets, and the signs of the zodiac, and you put them into this, or overlay it in this design, you have the macrocosm. Now, this comes from a much older version that is concentric. And some listeners may know this as what's called the Ptolemaic model of the universe, where effectively there are, depending on what version you're looking at, 8 to 10 concentric spheres. This is their way of depicting the macrocosm. This actually also comes from Plato and his student Eudoxus, from the Myth of in Book 10 of the Republic, for anybody that's interested in looking that up. Very, very cool. So the tree of life in the Kabbalah takes those concentric spheres and it orients them vertically. And that verticality is really important because it shows relationship you mentioned quite significantly, then it can be overlain over the human body, and you have the crown of the macrocosm, which is effectively the monad or the mind of God, is then situated directly over, resting upon the crown of the skull, directly over the mind of the person. The sun of the cosmos, which we conceive of in the spear on the tree of life, which is the most medial, called Tefereth, beauty. That sun corresponds to the sun in a human being, which is the heart, the center of that galaxy, the heartbeat of it. So and then Malkuth, the kingdom, the lowermost sphere that represents terrestrial Earth. That's where it's at your feet, tying you into the ground, the actual Earth beneath you. So it is a beautiful, beautiful system, and though for certain reasons, I really love I love the ancient Greco-Egyptian cosmology. It's my go-to. I have not found a more efficient and workable system than the Kabbalistic, what we call the Hermetic Kabbalah, the modern Kabbalah that utilizes the tree in this way.
I was particularly interested in the 4 levels of the tree of life, because it certainly does suggest that here in the 3-dimensional physical world, where certainly our ego life primarily resides, one could say that it is a recipient of influences from other higher dimensions that are more causal in nature. And that's also, I believe, part of the basis of magic, is that if one can, if in one's consciousness, ascend to a causal realm, then one has the possibility of influencing physical things.
Yes. So we refer to this as the 4, and sometimes 5, but more popularly the 4 worlds in Kabbalah, right? The olamot, as they're called, the eons, and they can be represented diagrammatically several different ways, but overall, it's the technological hierarchy. As you very eloquently put, you're going from the most from source causality down into in 4 sort of descending steps into the world of physical material matter. And it's this network, this chain of flow, as a matter of fact, this orientation is extremely important to, again, understanding, at least in a theoretical way, what we are doing in magic. And you would begin at the highest, if you were learning about this. You have Atzilut, which is, I don't want to use the term archetype, because it's so frequently used and has so many, like a century and a half or so of connotation. And I like the term paradigm, right? It's the paradigm of everything, and it's the source from which what we would consider ideas of essentially, it's the divine mind thinking things. You then kind of move down to the world of Bria, right, which is more of a world that's or a realm, I should say, that is taking these divine ideas and giving them form, at least in terms of it's a very tenuous form, but the basic idea of what this thing is going to be. Let's say, I don't know, it's a pair of glasses, right? And okay, so you're going to need 2 lenses and this kind of idea. You then filter down to Yetzirah, which is we're hearkening back to the word I just used to describe the Book of Formation, and that is the world or realm of formation. And this is sort of where the blueprint really begins to be made. And then finally, you have Asiya, okay, and that's the lowest world. And this word actually means making, the world of making. The thing is made. And it's this sort of chain of influence and influence that is our foundational theory. It communicates how, at least theoretically, the sympathy, from whence it comes, and then how is it all eventually, how does it end up in the phenomenal cosmos, in creating and maintaining the phenomenal cosmos. And in magic, there are divine beings, I guess you should call them, and certainly divine energies that we attempt to communicate with and call into our working, because we see them not just as these kind of discrete, I guess for lack of a better term, spiritual beings. Not just that, they comprise a vertical hierarchy. So it's almost like we're in working magic, we're using this communication with these higher order intelligences to ascend this level, or broad. So again, this is the theory behind it. There are other theories. This is certainly the one that I would say most ceremonial magicians that come out of the Golden Dawn, that makes the river. Yeah. And to me, little particular bands of that spectrum that they're working with, that they choose to sort of either anthropomorphize or interact with on a, almost like an individual to an individual level. I mean, yeah, you form relationships. And as a matter of fact, in some types of magic, it's very important that you cultivate and work on and develop that. However, these beings don't have physical forms. They wouldn't walk into my library here and ask me to go out for a cup of coffee that, like perhaps you might, or something like this, actually physically, tangibly of flesh and bone. Very rare to have that experience, but
it is occasionally reported.
It is, but there's something tenuous about the existence. It comes and it goes, and it's there and it's gone, and that kind of thing. And we have also many theories for how and why that happens. What's the mechanism in the what we call the eye of the soul? But effectively, these things, in terms of their true form, we call these gateway images, astral gateway images, and they're basically agreed upon forms that most of the time the spirit or an intelligence will use to communicate with the operator, the practitioner. Why? Because we as human beings need images. We just do. We need symbols of some kind. A word even is a symbol. But a lot of times, if you just hear this disembodied voice communicating with you, you don't know, what is the source of this? Is it me? Is it, am I having like a little bit of a break right now? So many times when you do this very intentionally, they will use forms as intermediaries so that they can communicate. But most of the time, they're working with the available imagery of the practitioner, of the individual. To this end, in things like the Golden Dawn, the Outer Order in particular, it's based on ingraining and giving you and training you in a symbolic vocabulary so that, you're not, doing dream work or on the astral one day in a path working and Big Bird shows up and it's very nice to see you. But what are you doing here? Being facetious to make the point that is extremely personal and obscure in terms of how do I interpret this? What does this mean when I see this? What does this form mean? Whereas, when you're using zodiacal signs, when you're using planetary symbols, when you're using elements, they all have these established, not just their discrete meanings, but fields of correspondences and associations, and therefore it becomes much easier to extract the meaning and the importance and whatever is attempting to be expressed in this meeting of the practitioner and the effectively inherently disembodied intelligence you're speaking with. So at the end of the day, it's, I would say, and I kind of put it this way in the book, I would say that it's two ways of working with the same thing, because what is disembodied consciousness if not a kind of energy? And it's difficult because do I think that these things, even the the etheric body, the auric body as I talk about it, do I think that it's energy in the way that we understand what energy is? And then I have to say to myself, well, technically the scientific definition for energy is the ability to do work, which tells us virtually nothing about it. So then you start, thinking, okay, you can identify the different types of energy, heat energy, so on, electromagnetism. Are these things exactly that? And to my experience, in my experience, no, it's related. But we only have recourse to be able to speak about these things by calling them energies. But ultimately, I would say, whatever it is, it can be used in terms of something that is more of a substance that is movable, transmissible, like drawing down the influences of the moon and putting them in a talisman, consecrating, something talismanic, or summoning spirits of the moon and putting them what we call a triangle of art and asking them to communicate or give you some sort of information. Really, it's different ways of interacting with if not identical, then extremely similar and related things.
Certainly the skeptics would say they're projections that the subconscious mind. The position on that is the imagination it's very important.
Personally, I'm working in the tradition of the Godfather Tribe representative. You believe in the objective existence of God? Not logically. You think that objective existence, or whether they're projecting your psychology. I mean, if you look back to the most ancient writings we the Greek and the Egyptians, the spirit of good counsel, the spirit of malevolent counsel. And they both speak to you, and which one are you going to listen to? It's very much, there's the psychology there, certainly, but what I try to tell people is look at the root of the word psychology, right? Psyche. In Greek, that means soul. And all of the theological, metaphysical, philosophical, I think that the way we understand the world of today, that word was employed to denote a very specific thing. And sorry if there's any redundancy or repetition. In situations where people have been like, well, you use your stuff around the term, but it's not well written. Okay, let me define what the ancient scholars the responsibility of your interior experience. Everything about you wasn't good. Okay, so the appetites were a part of it. The emotions were a part of it. The reasoning, intuitive, they animated your life. where it comes from. So, or honey, where do you soul? And the fact that you move it yourself is thought to be because the soul entered the body, and that it continues on after death. So at that point, there's nothing psychological you can do that doesn't have spiritual or metaphysical consequence. And so really it's however the practitioner initially feels comfortable enough, with a theoretical framework to begin practicing this kind of stuff and then really extracting something of value.
Another term which is very important in your book is spirit, or I think at one point you call it the quintessence. It's like the fifth element in addition to the four basic elements of Western philosophy: earth, air, fire, and water. You've got the quintessence or spirit, and confess it's a little puzzling to me. How does spirit fit in with what you call the etheric energy or key energy?
Well, that's a good question. And again, I think I parsed this a little bit last time. You asked a really good question. We talked about the terms astral, and I kind of explained how the terms got jumbled over time and mixed up. Well, a similar thing happens with the word spirit. Spiritus in Latin, it meant more of an ethereal substance than an actual, as we might call it in your typical, let's say, Northeastern American sort of ghost story, right? Oh, a spirit appeared to me, an apparition. So what they're effectively referring to when they say, oh, I can see spirits, is they're referring to the substance of the spirit, its ethereal body. There are many, many different types of words, many different words to express different types of these intelligences. Some of which are ethereal forms, and some of which are. So, we were talking about spirit, which are, again, they cannot with more familiar with them. This kind of key life force energy. When we're talking about that, we have to be very careful. I tried to do that in the book by standardizing the terms. I chose specifically ether to call it this stuff because to call it the way that it's with the energy, is it life energy? I'm not 100% sure. There is a really observable, and we call it a big part of the book is the reader how to feel it, how to see it, how to see it. Different using your sight differently. Spirit and to refer to the most you respond, the most you find the album takes you from this encouraging the whole thing. Fire, burn whatever it is to create life. For if you've ever seen all the alchemists, they just invaded each other and do the most rarefied what the alchemists did with the issues so you'll see that forced to take my in Chinese medicine, Indian theory. You to incorporate is not familiar with the very, very technical term that they're big part of it. First one was the tree of life. Second one was right, the tree of freedom. First thing, 4, 5 tons. And so, what you do when you are working with these energies, if you're integrating, you want to make them more of an intentionally orderly disposition, so that each of these elements have their own domain of authority that communicates with the others, and one is not predominant, right? The two temperament is even like energy, watery, rigid thing. It's like invest to we pay in something that's going on. The elements could only be invoked when they can be invoked in the culture. We believe ultimately doing that in that so it's not just the person and the ego and the persona trying to wrestle these things into equilibrium and plot a chart in life that makes sense, but you're bringing down the divine into the equation. That divine life is into may be very obscure. I think they did an okay job at the book of really the terms that I think people can, with enough repetition, can grasp.
Also, growing up, the concept of forceful energy was developed by the late psychiatrist Phil.
Yeah, I see the very, very from Booker Grandman's Fundamental, right? We get that. Spirit Magic, this book we believe that the species of biological, we would do what was a movie. Would do that was a position. In doing these words, people control their field of energy. You could lull them into a state of what he called the power of original intention in these states, they would communicate these things by speaking different languages that are unknown to them and so forth, and making certain progress. Okay. It's very fascinating story because I think it's so incredibly famous. Now, what Mesmer did in all of this, right? We're talking about energy, we're talking about magnetism, we talk about psychology. He effectively discovered the unconscious. Before Freud, before Jung, his discovery of animal magnetism was the discovery of the unconscious. Because he could use people not just of physical infirmities, but also emotional infirmities. And so now we know this as hypnotism, but he really got the ball rolling on that. Things like Brill, all sorts of different ways of talking about this. But I would say, in terms of magic, ceremonial, what we would call the esoteric, the occult, Mesmer is really, really the foundation, because what happens is you get people like Eliphas Levi, who are, and Helena Blavatsky, they're drawing from Mesmer. They're using his terminology, they're using his writings on it, and the way that he conceived of all this stuff is very, very, but certainly there's been other people that have discovered it, and they call it something different, and there's also this other thing that they like to talk about, and so even in the present day, I would say, this is really, really exciting and still somewhat uncharted territory.
So I think for these interviews would be discussion going back to the early days of the Theosophical movement, the human aura.
So he in Western ceremonial, Western internal alchemy, we refer to that as, at least in part, as the sphere of sensation. Now, I like the sphere of sensation because it implies inclusivity of everything inside that sphere of sensation. You speak to some Western people that are familiar with the aura, and they'll immediately think of that outermost sort of energy shell, or the ovoid shape. Whereas the sphere of sensation is inclusive of all the energy fields inward, endogenous to that, the meridians on the human body, the psyche of the person. But the aura would be the outermost boundary of that microcosm. That's, if you talk about the aura, you're mostly thinking of the outermost boundary. So that's where your microcosm kind of ends. There are techniques and exercises to expand, to be able to expand and contract that energy. And so this is the difference between working with a personal energy and an impersonal, or I would say an endogenous energy. You're working with your own elemental earth, elemental water, your own inner Venus, your own inner Mars, and then there is exogenous energies, and they're outside of your sphere of sensation. And one of the ways that we work this is we first call forth that corresponding power in the sphere of sensation, in us first. How do we do that? Symbolism, color correspondences, scents that correspond to particular planet or elements, depending on what you're trying to do. This deep kind of wine red's great for Mars. I'm constantly, I smoke a tobacco pipe, so that's the incense of Mars right there. So it's these little things that begin as an invocation, and then somehow through this sympathy, this metaphysical causality, enable me to call forth that corresponding power from the macrocosm. And the aura, technically, the spirit sensation is the interface. It's your personal interface with the rest of the cosmos. And and this is going to sound a little solipsistic, but it's not. I promise. It's so much so to the point where we actually refer to the 360-degree omnidirectional view inside the center of your form. When we're looking out, we call that a magical mirror. Frankly, everything you look, you're looking at the magical mirror of the cosmos. One of the techniques that it's traditional, you know, if I'm a series of exterior circumstances that are very difficult, very hard, very rough, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to try and cultivate if I can I wouldn't say it's a perfect one-to-one, but to cultivate universe, and you could use it. There are these different tools, but it's all, you know, your sensation. Your party will make it.
It also seems to me to just the third eye to be able to have that 360-degree view, which brings up, of course, the Hindu notion of the faith.
We do have run along the midline rather than a 7. However, knowing what I do about Chinese medicine, there are chakras of various sizes. That's what an acupuncture point is. You know, it's a chakra is really small. You know, whereas the larger chakras are along the midline are thought to be larger, or these bigger vortices. We have 5 there. Now, it's really interesting what you say about the third eye, because even from the next one, the amateurs, I believe in it gives us the idea an individual. April puts us in a really great we talked about both the whole right from the word spirit, like the vehicle initially when the word comes into the during reincarnation. The fears cleaned up and made this is the way of that he had with this delineates is in effect a their care and it's initial pneumatic right. When that happens, you increase what he calls your ethiotis, which is just a Greek word for recheck. Strengthen and repair the etheric. wider, wider. Use the vaping with the line. Now, this becomes very probably like 6 before I knew who it was. So when I read what I'm about to tell you, it was just very for me, but also like he basically says when you have this level of activity repairing the vehicle, that you will the difference. What do you think this? And then follow because they are not they is raised above what is ordinarily human. Now, for anybody that's had that experience where your vision is closed, your eyes open, a dream, you're just thinking to yourself, not thinking. This is the first time that exactly we're only observing what is and that fact is the eye or not. Earth is something that creates spin, becomes an organ of spiritual.
Where you know some people are just feel like before the various archangels or beings.
Sort of thing. It's much more to do. An administrator in the Golden Dawn now for several years. I teach Zoom, on occasion. And what I find is that it's not anyone's fault. It's just a program that we we're in our own. So that was the mistake that you make it. It's much more so like you know, what you can do is just take it, take from the third magic ring. And start it. Start by Z. Start it eventually through, the alphabet, the acquisition in moving the be very specific on, like, look at how far things are beginning. Everybody begins with the same level of receptivity. Well, stages. If you
I feel the examples of people who can do a remote person who is working with them. They say, close your eyes, give yourself permission for your record. The person sometimes say, what's the only thing? It's broken. It's all black. And the mouth, you see something. Is when they allow to get out the spiritual organ.
on, with the aperture of their eye. Over here to grab my try. Yourself into the state of literal and figurative relaxation. A lot of people have a hard time doing it when I teach divination. Geomancy. Almost like that. Vice versa. It's a very similar thing with the discursive mind and the intuitive. You need to really for that stage, the imagination so that
one thing viewers understand is that your book is very connected with specific step-by-step exercises that one goes through to
yeah. We really appreciate, reading. That's a very good video to that on important. Which is great. I mean, I think we need to magic and even Chinese medicine. It just nobody sat me down and told me you read these books and do all it. It's like that, but at the same time I was you can't find, update and find the little divots where the acupuncture points are. So I'm just used to this marriage of information and practice. And one without the other to me is bereft of something. So, Llewellyn is a publisher that is known, really. They're renowned for having lots of practical workbooks. But even if that wasn't the case, if it was with another publisher, I still would have. It's very difficult for me to separate magic from the practice, even with a formless fire, right? That was so heavy on theory and history, but I put 9 appendices at the end for practical instructions because really, for me, if you have good information, you should immediately start practicing. So don't wait. It's because it's never going to be perfect. And really get into it. So that probably has something to do with how readily I think the book communicates a spirit of embodiment for these traditions, because it's not a dead thing for me. It's a living tradition.
Well, Ike Baker, once again, this has been a joyful and informative experience for me, and I trust for our viewers as well. I love the background that you bring to it, that you're able to be very specific about the Greek and Latin origins of many of the concepts that we're dealing with. You mentioned Chinese and Hindu. You are a scholar and a gentleman, and I hope that we have many more conversations in the future.
Thank you so much for all of those kind words and for having me on this, frankly, legendary show. It's such an incredible privilege to be able to talk about magic with you. Well, thanks.
One of my favorite topics, and I do indeed look forward to more conversations. We'll have to come up with some specific topics to drill into. And for those of you watching or listening, thank you for being with us, because you're the reason that we are here. Allowed, funded by the California Institute of Human, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topic that we cover here, we are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu. All 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org.
Book 4 in the New Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology, now available on Amazon.
For early access to our videos and live stream events, sign up for our free weekly newsletter at newthinkingaloud.org.
Would undertake to find out if the information that the ghost has imparted to him is accurate, and he has a helper, another scientific colleague, who's Horatio, who's supposed to help him to make a determination if this information is accurate. The play within a play is a device to try to determine if the information the ghost imparts is accurate, and the way in which they determine that is to see whether the reaction of the king to the play within a play, which is a replay of what the king did to Hamlet's father.
Watch it and more. You can now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud free. Order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org. New Thinking Aloud, presented by the California Institute of Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topic that we cover here, we are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu.
Book 4 in the New Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology, now available on Amazon.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Michelin.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Michelin. Today we'll be exploring psychic phenomena in literature. My guest is Richard Reichbart. He is a psychoanalyst. He is also the author of The Paranormal Surrounds Us, Psychic Phenomena in Literature, Culture, and Psychoanalysis. He's also written a book of short stories called Curious Stories of Diverse Places. Richard is based in the New York City area, and now I'll switch over to internet video. Welcome, Richard. It's a pleasure to be with you. We're going to explore psychic phenomena in great literature. In particular, I'd like to look at Shakespeare and Tolstoy. And I suppose it's for starters, just to approach the subject in general, it might be useful to talk about what we can learn from literature, because literature ranges from mythology to fantasy to very realistic depictions. And I think it's useful to say that your approach seems to be that when we look at great literature, we're actually looking at very realistic depictions of how psychic phenomena operates in real life.
That's absolutely true. And when you say real life, is the literature that I look at doesn't necessarily have to do with mediumistic procedures or hauntings, the kind of thing that's very popular sometimes in our culture. It has to do with regular life. And the artists whom I look at really made discoveries just the way parapsychologists do, except they are embedded very carefully into regular life. I mean, sometimes they have escaped the critics who look at these works and don't realize that, in effect, artists are parapsychologists in many ways. They seem to understand how psych phenomena operate in real life.
Well, we're going to be looking at Shakespeare and, of course, his great play, Hamlet. And you point out that literary critics have pretty much dismissed the ghost in Hamlet as something of a literary ploy to move the dramatic action along. And I've interviewed James Driscoll, a Shakespearean scholar on this channel, who insists pretty much that Shakespeare's attitude was kind of materialistic and that we don't need to take the ghost of Hamlet's father seriously.
I disagree with that. I think Stephen Greenblatt, who I knew at college many years ago, takes a somewhat similar attitude. Ghosts were commonly accepted during Shakespeare's time. And the way in which he depicts ghosts is tremendously realistic in the sense that it accords with what parapsychologists have found and discovered. I think Hamlet in particular is a fascinating study of a man who is really acting as a parapsychologist, which is something that critics have completely missed.
Well, how so? It's very hard to imagine, the Prince of Denmark as a parapsychologist, but let's go into the details.
There are two parts to this in terms of, one, of course, is the ghost, but the second part is the very interesting fact that the ghost imparts information to Hamlet that only the king who has killed Hamlet's father knows, so the only living person knows. There's a side connection in that sense that, as I indicated, that the father seems to have some guilty, unconscious desire to communicate this information. Hamlet is trying to figure out not only who the ghost is or what the ghost is, but whether or not the information the ghost imparts to him about the way in which his father was killed with having a potion poured into his ear by the present king, whether that's accurate. In mediumistic productions, everybody is trying to determine whether or not the medium has gotten information which only the deceased could know, or somebody else, and there's no sensory motor way of knowing this information. There's no way that Hamlet could know what happened to his father. There's no way that any of the people who see the ghost could know what happened to the father. That Hamlet is involved in really a kind of scientific endeavor way before parapsychology or parapsychologists to discover if the information that the ghost imparts is accurate.
Well, in parapsychology literature, or more accurately, I suppose, the literature of psychical research, you rarely see the term ghost. More often it's referred to as an apparition.
There are what we refer to as shared apparitions. In the beginning of Hamlet, there's a shared apparition which actually appeared twice to the two guards, and then appears to three people, Horatio and the two guards, Marcellus and Bernardo. There's that shared apparition, a shared visual apparition, because the ghost does not speak to it. Then there's the shared apparition when Hamlet appears, but a visual apparition, and then a visual and auditory apparition when only Hamlet hears. There is never a visual and auditory apparition that the guards hear or Horatio hear. They do hear them separately. Then there's the attempt that Hamlet undergoes or undertakes to find out if the information that the ghost has imparted to him is accurate, and he has a helper, another scientific colleague, who is Horatio, who's supposed to help him to make a determination if this information is accurate. The play within a play, which is always celebrated by people who or the play within a play is a device to try to determine if the information that goes implies is accurate. Is to see what the reaction of the king to the play within a play, which is a replay of what the king did to Hamlet's father. But Horatio is there as a second investigator to try to see if he sees the same thing as Hamlet sees in the king's reaction. It's all carefully set up. Critics say focus on Hamlet's indecisiveness during this long period of time. It's not entirely indecisiveness. I mean, it's really that he's acting like an experimenter trying to get the results of an experiment, and it takes time to set it up and to think about it and to work it out. Then, the final device is often but this time it's not a shared apparition. It's not shared. It's just Hamlet seeing the ghost. His mother is there. His mother does not see the ghost. And his mother then thinks, well, Hamlet must be crazy because he sees something that I don't see. So it's a wonderful twist, because in the world of parapsychological phenomena, the phenomena does not necessarily behave the way in which we would like it to behave. Our attempt to sometimes corral this phenomena doesn't always work. We want to have a repeatable experiment, but it doesn't quite work. Sometimes the psychic, for example, can get results. Sometimes nothing happens. There's no way to do it. So it's these different phases of the apparition in itself is amazing. But the desire that Shakespeare showed, that it expresses, which is, how do you determine if a ghost is real and if the information is accurate that an apparition expresses? So it's a two-part thing, the apparitions and the desire on Hamlet's part to determine whether or not the information is real information that could not have been gotten in any other way. It's not like he went to the king and said, hey, did you kill my father? It's not like anybody observed the king. Nobody's alive except for the king, who knows what happened.
Well, I think it's interesting in that the surveys of apparitions that were done by the Society for Psychical Research back in the 19th century show many examples that are equivalent to that of Hamlet's ghost, or the ghost of Hamlet's father, that an apparition can be seen by multiple people, but there may be other individuals in the same room or space who don't see that apparition.
That research was in the late 1800s. It was just remarkable. I mean, they had thousands of people they did research on. They asked, it was research about not only apparitions of people who were deceased, it was also apparitions of people who were still there, still living. Very research. you run into people who've read my chapter on the parapsychologist argue with me about my view that one does not have to believe that religion is necessarily the spirit of somebody who has passed away. You can certainly formulate this that this is a visual manifestation of a psi connection of people who are alive, such as the king in this case. One doesn't have to jump to the spirit aspect of things, but that's a different argument.
In effect, Shakespeare is giving us an example of how a scientifically minded person, and Shakespeare lived, I suppose, at the very dawn of the scientific age. He was in the era of Francis Bacon, for example, who was one of the first writers of the scientific method, how one might actually approach the paranormal. And I guess it's also fair to say that the idea of the play within the play, using a dramatic procedure as part of a scientific experiment, is well in advance of anything parapsychologists have yet attempted, to my knowledge.
I just think it's a sign of how brilliant Shakespeare really was. And I do think it's unfortunate, not only that the critics of Shakespeare, such as the gentleman you mentioned, Stephen Greenblatt, have not seen this. I don't understand why parapsychologists don't shout from the rooftop about Hamlet being the first parapsychologist. I mean, I don't understand that. In fact, a lot of this literature, it seems to me that parapsychologists who could profit from letting people know how wonderful artists have incorporated psi phenomena into their work in very studied ways, in very accurate ways. Why it is that they don't, the parapsychologists don't advertise that more? To me, it's just fascinating.
Well, you point out how in the field of psychoanalysis, in our previous interview, how telepathy is a very common experience in the intimacy of psychoanalytic sessions. Freud himself wrote extensively about telepathy, and yet the majority of psychoanalysts today are in denial.
Psychoanalysts tend to avoid this. It's very interesting because if you really think about it, I don't write about this in the book, but I'll mention it. The Oedipus complex, which is so important to Freudian theory, there's another piece to it, which is that it involves parapsychological phenomena because there is a psychic who predicts what's going to happen at the crossroads when Oedipus kills his father. Completely ignored by psychoanalysts. They don't talk about that aspect of things. But that psychoanalysts really avoid talking generally about the telepathy, even though Freud himself posited some very important principles when he entertained the idea of telepathy, which he also with some other ability. But he did entertain the idea, and so did Jung. But in modern day psychoanalysis, the subject tends to be avoided, and those who, such as myself, who entertain this hypothesis in psychoanalysis in clinical settings are generally ignored.
You mean you're lucky if you're ignored because otherwise you might be harshly criticized.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, coming back to the play within the play in Hamlet, as I think about it, Richard, it just dawned on me that there is a form of psychotherapy, I think maybe even an outgrowth of psychoanalysis developed by Jacob Moreno called psychodrama. And indeed, that seems to be what Hamlet is engaging in.
Oh, isn't that fascinating? My introduction to psychodrama was actually in New Mexico with a therapist who was trained by Moreno. it's a different form of therapy. Quite interesting, and I have taken part and can lead to very interesting results and very sometimes therapeutic results. Yes, I didn't make the connection in what I wrote about, but I think it's wonderful that you did.
You know, I also studied psychodrama back when I was a student of criminology. Professor Ruby Korn at that time had also been a student of Moreno, and I studied with him for about a year. As I recall, back in the early days, there was research done on different psychotherapeutic modalities and how effective each of them were. And psychodrama both had the greatest potential for positive change in a short amount of time, but also for negative change. It could be abused. And
oh, wow.
It's a very powerful form of psychotherapy. We should also talk about Tolstoy's great novel, Anna Karenina, in which, as you point out, the novel refers to mutual dreams of two of the characters in the novel, and that mutual dream itself seemed to be Tolstoy's vision of his own death.
In my book, The Paranormal Surrounds Us, come from different times in my life. This chapter on Tolstoy was actually my first contribution to parapsychological literature. It was written right after my analysis with Joel Eisenberg. I submitted it to the Journal of the American Society of Psychical Research, and the chapter on Hamlet was actually written recently. So there's about 30 years between both of those contributions. The peculiar thing, I just need to mention this because things work in very peculiar ways. The reason that I wrote that chapter was because I had picked up a used copy of Tolstoy's Hytale April. Where always in going through it wasn't marked up too much. But what was marked up was exactly these connections. I have no idea who marked it up because it was a used copy. But I just finished with my analysis with Eisenberg, and as a result, picking up that used copy and seeing the connections that I also marked up in my paperback copy of Anna Karenina. As a result, I wrote this paper back in 1970s. What is fascinating is the extent to which Tolstoy embeds these dreams and the events into his work. And equally fascinating is the fact that he himself died at the train station. I suggest that it was somewhat precognitive of his own death, or that he arranged his own death to die at a train station. But the extent to which he connects, parapsychological way, dreams and events is really, really just amazing. Just amazing. And I go through in detail how the dreams of Vronsky, Anna's lover, and Anna correspond to each other, and how they correspond to events that Anna experiences on the day that she dies. And in fact, Anna and Vronsky do share, they share their dreams. And Vronsky doesn't tell Anna about the dream that he had that corresponds to her, but it gives him a very chilling feeling. Dream before the ship of this, the end of the Tuesday. It's a beautiful kind of very effective.
Well, I'm pretty sure many of our viewers will not have read it. I pronounced it Anna Karenina, and perhaps my pronunciation is incorrect.
Probably right. Yeah, I don't know. You may be correct.
Karenina sounds nicer, I think. But in any case, for our viewers who aren't aware, at the end of the novel, she commits suicide by throwing herself in front of a train. at a train station, and the dreams that she and Vronsky share prior to this event are sort of intimations that that's going to happen. And in fact, as I recall, in the novel, at the time she commits suicide, there are many details, such as a peasant, a particular peasant at the train station that also correspond with the dreams.
Yes, they're very carefully, they're very minutely done. In the dreams, there is a pet. Their correspondence, he commits suicide. There's a peasant at the train station. It actually begins with what Anna meets Vronsky. She is sharing a train compartment with Vronsky's mother. That's how they meet at a train station initially. And on top of that, she's somewhat shaken because some workman has been killed by the train at the time, by a train at the time she's at the station. So it even begins that way. They meet each other, and she's shaken by a death, by somebody being run over by a train. What Tolstoy makes apparent is the dream that Anna has didn't begin when Vronsky and Anna meet. She's had this dream before. It's a repetitive dream. It does occur when she and Vronsky are together, but it represents a dream that happened before. And she also has what we call, you may have to correct me on my pronunciation too, a hypnagogic vision, which also corresponds to the dream. I mean, this is throughout this novel, but done in such a way that you kind of read it, if you're reading it for the pleasure of reading it, and it kind of penetrates, but you keep on going on. It isn't that it's highlighted in big, bold colors. It just becomes part of life.
Which is one of the points of your book, is the paranormal surrounds us, is that we're all at the subconscious level embedded in a realm of coincidence, synchronicity, interlocking imagery, and telepathic connections.
To show you how the dreams are the same, when Vronsky has his dream, which is actually the first dream talked about, he dreams of a peasant with a matted beard, a little fellow, dirty, bending over doing something, speaking peculiar, incomprehensible French, and the peasant is a beater. Anna's dream involves a peasant with a matted beard, small, terrible looking, stooped over a sack, muttering French, quickly rolling his R's, saying it must be beaten, the iron pounded, kneaded. Now, there's another connection too, which is when Anna kills herself, she, in the carriage, there was a French couple speaking French. That's how the French ends up here. But both of those dreams, these individual connections, which is actually what happens when you're doing psychoanalytic work, because you will get a patient who will give you a dream which has specific connections to another patient's dream. That's the kind of work in psychoanalysis which most psychoanalysts don't explore, which those who are interested in psi phenomena or believe they're important do explore. And the connections can be very, very specific when patients are sometimes competing with other patients unconsciously and want to get the analyst's attention, or want to find out something in the analyst's own life that may unconsciously, which may be happening, which they pick up on with a psi connection. So you can get two patients who pick up on something in the analyst's life that took place, and the patients have similar dreams. It often ends up with dreams.
I know there's other literature on mutual dreams. In fact, many years ago, I did an interview with the author of the book, Mutual Dreaming, and she arranges for people to deliberately plan to have mutual dreams together. It's almost for recreational purposes. It's like they get together and have parties.
It both remind me, these connections, I mean, in the case of Hamlet, it seems pretty traumatic. In the case of Toast and Karenina, it seems traumatic. But these connections can sometimes happen in general, and often they don't involve trauma or death. They're just connections that take place sometimes on trivial issues. They don't have to involve life-changing issues. There are psychoanalysts who entertain the idea that there are connections, but they insist that they must be as a result of trauma. and Freud insisted that to begin with. He thought that if there were psychologies, they were everyday phenomena. Heisenberg thought the same thing. I think the same thing based upon what I observed in my work with patients. I think they're an everyday phenomena, sometimes just too often ignored. Sometimes they can be related to loss and trauma, but they don't have to be. It could be fun, as this person suggests. If we weren't so afraid of it, maybe it would be more fun. You know?
The interesting thing, of course, about Anna Karenina is that the apparent telepathic connection between Anna and Vronsky is also emblematic of deep issues in Tolstoy's own life. That's a little different than analyzing your analysis of Hamlet, because we don't talk about Shakespeare's personal life much there. But when it comes to Tolstoy, it seems as if his depictions of the paranormal are really reflecting profound issues in his personal life.
The thing that you said about Hamlet is not entirely true. People have wondered about Shakespeare when it comes to Hamlet. I'll get to that in a moment. But Tolstoy was a brilliant man, but also a brutal man emotionally. And he had a very, very difficult and contentious relationship with his own wife, and was very demeaning. And when he died, he had decided that years of marriage that he was going to leave her, and that's the reason how he ended up at the train station. He was in the process of leaving her, but doing it in a kind of brutal way. But the person who brings up most strikingly, in many ways, Shakespeare had a son, Hamnet, who passed away, and people have felt that Hamlet, the play, is Shakespeare in a sense mourning his son. His father also had died somewhere around the time in which he wrote the play. But the person who explores this is James Joyce, who does make the connection of Hamlet and Shakespeare mourning his son. Ulysses, which is, after all, named after a Greek drama, but Ulysses also is intimately exploring Shakespeare and Hamlet, and the fact that the two main characters in Ulysses, Stephen Dedalus and Boone, are also in mourning at the same time. So he really, in also very subtle ways, is exploring exactly what Shakespeare was doing in writing Hamlet.
Well, it's interesting how the world of literature sort of reaches out and touches the what we think of as the objective physical realm. When I think of Anna Karenina's suicide in front of a train, I'm also reminded of my late friend Larissa Vilenskaya, a Russian parapsychologist who died, as best we can tell. I mean, she was killed by a train, and I think it was in Palo Alto, California, where she was working, and indications are that she threw herself in front of that train.
My goodness, Jeff, I did not know that.
Nice.
One wonders if she was influenced in some conscious, unconscious way by Tolstoy's great novel.
She was Russian. She was a Russian parapsychologist who immigrated to the United States and published a journal for many years called Psi Research about parapsychology, and then later on worked very closely with Ed Ney, a very well-known prominent parapsychologist who traveled to the Soviet Union and corresponded after the Cold War ended with the people doing remote viewing in the Soviet Union, just as he was doing remote viewing for the U.S. government during the Cold War era. Like Anna Karenina. With another connection that comes from. How about it? It was a way to punish his wife. And I recall reading that in his personal library, he had a book written by William James' father, Henry James. William James, of course, is one of the founders of the field of psychical research and American psychology. His father was a Swedenborgian, and apparently Tolstoy thought very highly of this very obscure book by Henry James.
One of the things are kind of tied together, I mean, in so many different ways. One of the wonderful things about studying psi is the human aspect to it. I know that people are very determined to make the experiments, but from my point of view, to find the connections that take place in daily life, in regular life, in dreams all the time, and to explore them with my own dreams and with my patients, to just add so much to life. I do posit, as I did mention last time, and as other people are positive, that there is something very frightening about psi phenomena because of our aggressive wishes, and I don't think we have fully explored that aspect of things, and I think that that's the reason that's the underlying reason some people are opposed to exploring psi. Not that they're conscious of that, but there is also the wonderful connectedness that takes place that just adds so much to life. One would think that people would be delighted to explore it, just like because it brings such excitement to life, rather than to wall it off and not explore it.
Well, since we started to talk about James Joyce's great novel Ulysses, it's probably a good idea to delve into it a little more, because he seems to express psychic phenomena in a way that very much parallels your own experience in psychoanalysis.
Let me see if I can do this properly. I mentioned that both the main characters in Ulysses are, of course, the character that is like James Joyce himself, which is Daedalus, and Bloom, who is a different kind of character, and they go through one day. I think it's June 16th, I'm going to get the date wrong, 1907 or something like that. It's just their experience of that one day. But they're both in mourning in a sense. Daedalus about the death of his mother, for whom he feels very guilty because he would not pray with her on her deathbed because he didn't believe in God. He's a Jesuit kind of skeptic, but haunted by Catholic guilt. And who's mourning the death of a comrade, but whose son also passed away. So both of them are actually in mourning at the time on that day, and they don't know each other. It's not that but as they start to communicate with each other unconsciously, they have similar dreams, very, very much like that, like in Anna Karenina. They have similar dreams, and eventually, during this day, they do meet up with each other. And Bloom ends up kind of protecting Daedalus and treating him a little bit like the son that he lost. The dreams correspond with each other. But again, it is done so subtly that you may not even notice it. And they don't know about, unlike Vronsky knew about Hannah's dream, he didn't share it. But neither of them know about how their dreams correspond. The reader knows about it. And my observation is that the reader is put in the place of a psychoanalyst, because I may get a dream from you and a dream from the next person whom I see, and they may correspond, but neither you nor the next person, you don't know each other. You don't know that you had similar dreams. I know it. just the way we really know that these two characters, Rome and Daedalus, had similar dreams and then meet each other. So it's a fascinatingly explored dynamic, but it does all deal with mourning, the way in which their mourning gets. It's a little less direct than what Tolstoy did. But I found out after I had written this, as a result of something, in this further explanation, nobody had made these connections that I had known. But I found out that Nabokov, the writer of Lolita, who also was a teacher, had actually written separately at a different time, saying, wasn't it fascinating that Tolstoy had these dreams, and that James Joyce had depicted these dreams, these connected dreams, and nobody had ever commented about them. So somehow we were on the same page.
Well, I guess people often think of these writers as operating out of their own unconscious.
This is what makes for a great writer. They pick up intuitively things that, as parapsychologists or the psychoanalysts, we end up studying, but they know it. That's what makes them so great. They know about human nature in ways that most of us may not know. And they bring it to their craft in ways which I believe are realistic. They're not just a matter of, poetic license is what has been attributed to Shakespeare, and when he talks about his ghosts, I think he knew things that most of us don't know, or would not ordinarily know, and was able to depict it in such moving ways. That's what makes for really great art. I'm kind of giving a spiel here, but I really do wish parapsychologists would more frequently speak about these things, because I think it would make their science more understandable, more appreciated by the public. It would draw more people in. Definitely, I wish it worked the other way, and that the English, the critics of literature, were more familiar with the findings of parapsychology. They really don't know about them, and as a result, they will treat these as I say, as poetic license, without realizing how wonderfully intuitive and accurate these artists have been.
It seems to me that one of the characteristics of this great literature is they resist the temptation of oversimplifying things. They present the paranormal in complexity, which is the very same complexity that confounds parapsychologists and their critics all the time, because the phenomenon seems to elude any attempt to come up with a solid theoretical understanding.
There's some wonderful criticism of psychologists on to put psychics into sterile kind of circumstances where there's no real desire to perform, where there's no human interaction taking place. And the idea that somehow you can confine psi phenomena within the usual experimental procedures that one might use under other circumstances, I don't think it can be done. We do succeed sometimes, but not the kind of tight circumstances that people, that some scientists would prefer. I don't think it lends itself. I don't think the phenomena which is unconsciously driven, it's not like I can say, okay, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to now have a dream, or I'm going to even have, I'm going to make an exact connection between something that you're thinking. It's not going to, even if I'm able to connect in some way to what you're thinking, it's not going to be exact. It can't, because it comes from the unconscious. So even in telepathic drawing experiments, which are wonderful experiments done by Upton Sinclair, done by many people, the connections are not exact. You may be thinking of a bottle of wine. I do this. I say this in my book. I may happen to think of grapes. Is that a connection? Is that a hit? Sounds like it. You may be thinking of a bottle of wine, the author of Grapes of Wrath. I may think of the author. Is that a hit or not? No. It goes on and on like that. So it's very hard to have that very kind of connections that scientists tend to want. You have to start to wander into unconscious, the unconscious, which is what this is all about coming at. The desire to have remote viewing exactly. It's very, very hard to do. Because there are always going to be other things that the unconscious pulls in. Sometimes they're connections, sometimes they're not. Sometimes there may be connections you don't even realize. You have to ask the person who's the psychic or the other person what they're thinking of in addition to the obvious.
Great writers seem to have a talent for expressing this and making it clear to articulate the subtleties that seem to escape us otherwise.
Yes, they do. They really do. My background began as an English major. In addition to my interest in psychoanalysis, that was my entrance into this fascinating world.
Well, Richard Reichbart, once again, this has been a fascinating conversation. It really opens up a whole new window to look at the paranormal, and I agree with you. I hope more parapsychologists take note of it, and I hope more literary critics take note of it as well, because there's a wealth to be mined in the world of great literature. And I'm also pleased to let our viewers know that we plan to have a further discussion, in particular focusing on the work of G.K. Chesterton. So thank you so much for being with me, Richard.
Jeff, thank you so much, and I hope that your viewers will multiply, because I do think this is a very important area for everybody to explore.
And for those of you watching or listening, thank you for being with us. Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit, the topic that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu. Free or order beautiful printed copies. Go to ORG.
Book 4 in the new Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology, now available on Amazon.
For to our video and live stream events, sign up for our free weekly newsletter at newthinkingaloud.org.
In Jung's view, God must be that. He also said that the Orthodox reject the idea of the material, able, perhaps substantiation, and
they try to make God perfectly good and place God outside the universe. And that's that's generally what theologians like is the God is transcendent. He transcends the universe, and in that way, he can't be fully responsible for evil and all that's wrong with the universe, but by separating him from the universe. Jung's not clear on that, but I think that if you look at the overall implications of his ideas, it would be that God is not transcendent, at least in any meaningful way for us. Perhaps ultimately, I was going to say he, but I won't. God is both transcendent and immanent, but not those who stress the transcendence of God. For you, do it for purposes that he rejects, making God the summa bonum, and then transferring all responsibility for everything that is wrong to humanity. But now, Jung looks at God in two ways. First of all, in a few places, he talks of actual God. And I have a fairly long section in the cartography book, and I discuss God elsewhere, actual God elsewhere. I think this is a very important concept that he didn't develop very much. But he talks about actual God, and he sees this as quite separate from our human conceptions of God. But he also talks a great deal about the Judeo-Christian God, the God that starts out with Abraham and moves on through Job and through the development of the Christian religion, even to some degree on into the offshoot that is Islam. And Answer to Job, which he sometimes regarded as his most important book, he analyzes that God. And he sees him as initially in the Old Testament, very unconscious, very immoral. And the reason for Christ's incarnation was so that God could understand man and could also understand the evils or the suffering, perhaps, that he's inflicted upon man. And so there is kind of an implication here that you didn't fully develop, but which I find interesting. It makes this God, which I've called it a collective autonomous complex. Something that's probably most people know what an autonomous complex is. It's developed separately within kind of a separate personality that requires a lot of psychic energy and tends to be sent on certain archetypes. The shadow can become a collective or an autonomous complex at odds with the ego and the anima. And the animas always need to be integrated. So they're, to a degree, autonomous complexes. But it's possible for the energies of all the people within a culture or civilization to gather together into, I believe, a collective autonomous complex. We see this probably most clearly in nationalism. When we get fanatical nationalism, such as in Hitler's Germany, or to a degree today in China, or the kind of Islamic fanaticism in the Middle East. That this is a collective autonomous complex going. And but I think implicit in Jung is the idea that this complex has been going.
This is a video I was not expecting to make. Figured a lot of people would disagree with my last video, the one called The Lie Everyone Believed. But not disagree in the way the person with whom I'm replying to now did. The response was by DJ, whose channel is now called Into the Fray, but you may know him better as The Amazing Atheist, which was the name of his channel for a long time. His channel is probably the...
Hello? Wait, what were we saying?
Yeah. Would you happen to have one of those blue trees and then the big gray trees that you have out front here? Like saplings.
I have every type of sapling, and I have stacks of hundreds of them in a test.
Okay.
What do you need though right now? Like,
I just want maybe like 50 pieces of them if that's possible for aesthetic purposes. I just want to plant them around. They look nice.
what's the key to move?
One more time.
You see the farmer's bench, right?
Yeah.
It's the sapling tab, and you can get any saplings you want there.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Hey, that big stormbark tree I cut down by accident.
Yeah, what about it?
I just wanted to know the name of it, but I cut the whole tree down by accident.
The Stormbar?
Yeah.
I have the white ones are Frostwood. The one that John, I believe it's Stormbar.
Yeah, I was putting it down by accident, in case you want to know.
You can farm blue moss, by the way, by growing those things. It's the Stormbark produces blue moss.
Oh, wow, that's cool. Good to know.
I need to dupe apples at some point.
Yeah, I can't wait for the apples to be normal.
Yeah, next update they'll work again.
closed channel that was focused on an atheistic response to religion, though he's doing more of a variety of commentary now. His channel will be 20 years old this year, so congratulations. Mine is turning 18 years old, so I'm not too far behind myself. His video is called I Do Not Care for Dark Matter 2525's newest video. He took issue with how I would respond to violent crime, which, to sum up, he felt was a distinction without a difference when it comes to punishment. I get to have my cake and eat it too, he says, because I'm advocating punishment while pretending that it's not punishment. I thought this agreement would come from the bloodthirsty people, so I was surprised to get pushback from someone who also seems to agree that punishment is not the right way to go. Well, I'll let him speak for himself and address his objections as I go.
I feel like all of his so-called non-punitive remedies are still tantamount to punishment. We'll address his remedy for thieves in a later bit of criticism, but for now, let's focus on his punishments. I mean, his remedies, I guess, for murder and rape. He says that murderers and rapists should be in prison for life.
No. I was only specific about the length of the sentence when it came to murderers, though I can see why someone would infer that I was lumping them together because I used the word likewise to being locked up. I did not mean likewise to express the length of being locked up, so that's probably my failure to communicate. Likewise, if you rape someone, you lose such a massive amount of trust that it becomes too risky to allow you to interact with society. So you have to be locked away. Violent crimes would necessitate being locked up. As far as rape and all other violent crimes, I said that they need to be locked up, but I didn't say for how long. I didn't address that because I don't know. The results of violence can vary greatly, from a black eye to a broken nose to the terrible trauma of being raped. So the response to that would depend on a plethora of factors far beyond the scope of my video. But when it comes to murder, the intent and the outcome becomes identical, regardless of how we got there. A life is lost, the most severe consequence, the most irreparable. I'm sure that other forms of violence can be so egregious, even without causing a death, that the person cannot be trusted to interact with society ever again. But the purpose of the video wasn't to get into the nitty-gritty of all that. The purpose wasn't even to talk about what I would do differently, because frankly, that doesn't matter. It's not going to happen. But rather that punishment is wrong, that causing suffering for the sake of suffering is wrong. I added how I would respond to murder to let people know that eliminating punishment does not entail surrendering society to violent people. There's nuance to consider here. Punishment can look violent and barbaric, but so can self-defense, if you remove the context. The point is that there's a difference between the two. One is about offense, while the other is about defense. But while they can look identical, they're actually polar opposites.
Not punishment, mind you, but to protect society from them. He also says that they should be kept in isolation, because interacting with other criminals will only make them more criminally inclined.
It would not occur alongside other criminals, which just creates a community of perverse influence. It would be done with isolation and education.
But if they're removed from society for life, and you've given up on the possibility of rehabilitating them in the first place, then what does it matter if they become more criminally inclined?
That doesn't apply here. In order to make that point, you have to remove the context of what I said. I was referring to violent crime in general and not murder specifically. Here's the context that was not included in TJ's video. Prison would be a place of permanence or correction is possible, but if possible, it would not occur alongside other criminals, which just creates a community of perverse influence. It would be done with isolation and education. Did you hear all that? I specifically said that if correction is possible, then this. TJ cut his video right in the middle of me saying the word possible.
Inclined.
It would not occur along, or correction is possible, but if possible, it would not occur alongside, which, if included, would nullify the whole point he's trying to make here. I have no idea why he did that. I don't believe he was being dishonest. Maybe he was distracted while making that video. I don't know, but it's not correct.
Dark Matter, I'm going to address you directly now. You do not make any of these distinctions in your video. You talk about murder in blanket terms. And you prescribe a penalty far more severe than the typical sentence for murder. Which, to me, doesn't really seem like a post-punishment philosophy. You not only put forth the idea of automatic life in prison for all murders, but life in isolation. So let's talk about this in terms of the deleterious effects of isolation on the human psyche for a moment.
He talks about the psychological torture of being isolated from human contact, how that is more punitive and cruel than what we do now, and is thus antithetical to the central thesis of my video regarding punishment being wrong, that it's just a dangerous reframing of punishment that allows us to believe we're being enlightened and moral when really we're not. Unfortunately, that is a huge part of his criticism, a part that is integral to his other criticisms to come. And that whole point is born of yet another misunderstanding that is perhaps my failure to communicate. I did not mean that we would be operating under our current paradigm, under our current justice system. Everything would be different. I was not talking about throwing someone into the hole at Shawshank Prison like Andy Dufresne. Being unable to interact with other criminals does not mean you're not allowed to interact with anybody. It would just be far more controlled. You can interact with staff, psychologists, even family and friends in a highly controlled setting. What you can't do is interact with other criminals or with society in general. You can't have your freedom because you can't be trusted with it. So I guess the word isolation was a poor word choice on my part, because technically it's not total isolation. It's isolation from society and from other criminals, but not from human contact altogether. As far as the distinction between first and second degree murder, I care about that as much as the person who was murdered cares. Not at all. The intent and the outcome is the same. You can't be trusted, all the same. Are you going to do another planned murder, or are you going to snap again and murder someone in the heat of the moment? Either way, you can't be trusted with stakes that high, and the result is the same, the taking of a life. Manslaughter is different because of the intent. It wasn't a choice the way first or second degree murder is a choice, and choice is a requisite of guilt. Maybe you chose to do something reckless that accidentally resulted in a death, and that is what should be addressed by the criminal justice system. So I'm not saying that someone who committed manslaughter can be trusted either, but that could perhaps have more leeway to evaluate. Regardless, getting into these nuances was beyond the scope of my video. The main thesis of the video was that punishment was wrong, and mentioning the response to murder was just to assuage those who would be worried about the practical consequences of accepting the punishment is wrong, that it does not entail doing nothing when someone is murdered. We would still do something, it just wouldn't be for the purpose of inflicting suffering, even though losing your freedom can cause you to suffer. That's just an unfortunate side effect of the remedy. And I'm not saying that you'd have to do what I want. I just included what I would do to point out that getting rid of punishment does not mean violent criminals run free to reoffend.
It's also worth mentioning that murder has a remarkably low recidivism rate compared to many other offenses. In one widely cited Bureau of Justice statistics study, people released after serving time for homicide had one of the lowest rearrest rates of any category, and only 1.2% were rearrested for another homicide within 3 years. So this idea that we just can't take the risk of releasing any murderer strikes me as draconian. Sure, you will save lives of the future victims of those who do reoffend, but you're doing it at the cost of condemning tens of thousands of people every year to life in prison when there is considerable evidence that they can be successfully rehabilitated and reintegrated into society.
Yes, and Charlie Kirk thought the Second Amendment was worth some gun deaths every year. Now, there's a million other arguments he could have used for the Second Amendment. Instead, he played math with people's lives. Instead, he argued that it's okay to sacrifice a certain number of people for it. He just didn't expect to be